Chapter 1620, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 57 seconds a.m. Chapter 1620. 500 billion if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel didn't want to have to get eaten again to gain another opportunity like this one. If it wasn't for his mental fortitude and his powerful mind, he may very well have lost his sanity entirely. So, no matter what, he had to get things right this time. He chose Water Force and Vital Star Force after much deliberation, but he felt like it was the right choice to make. The choice of water was the most obvious. It was the one affinity that he really needed that he didn't have. During the reconstruction of his body, he realized that Aina had been very correct. He had a very strong dark force affinity, one that he didn't quite understand even now. In fact, it wasn't just dark force, it was something else that he couldn't seem to grasp fully. He didn't know why this was, but he had a feeling that it was related to his father's appearance that day in the Rapax next. He would have to wait until that old man appeared again to ask, or he would have to see if the dictionary had an answer for him. Who knew? Maybe his father had left him behind another one of those messages. This aside, of the three forces that made up Void Star Force, the one that Lionel didn't have was Water Force. He needed to focus more on increasing its strength, and only then would he be able to build up to creating the Void Star Force armor he wanted to. In addition to this, aside from Earth Force, Water Force was maybe the greatest at defense. In fact, the two forces were usually neck and neck, having an equivalent number of forces between the two of them that had excellent defensive prowess. If Lionel restructured his body with an Earth Force and Water Force fusion, its defenses would be even more exaggerated than it had been in the past. Not only would he be able to resist blows, but even for the ones he couldn't just outright tank, he would be able to disperse them and weaken their impact. He could maximize these effects as well by choosing Water Force ores that were especially known for such abilities too. When it came to Vital Star Force, while Lionel's General Star Force affinity was exceptionally high thanks to his Scarlet Star Force, he didn't have a specific affinity for Vital Star Force itself. Due to this, while his ability to use Vital Star Force was far above his ability to use Void Star Force, it wasn't as high as it could be. If put into perspective, Lionel's Fire Force affinity was at an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. His Light Force affinity was at a 10 on that same scale, and his Star Force affinity was between an 8 and 9. However, his affinity for Vital Star Force specifically was at around a 6 to a 7. This was actually quite excellent and far more than the vast majority of people. But Lionel felt that he would greatly benefit by raising that number to a 9 and maybe even potentially a 10 in the future. The reason that Lionel was lacking in Vital Star Force affinity was because it was 1 part Life Force and 1 part Star Force, and he very much lacked in Life Force. So, in reality, it was much more accurate to say that Lionel would be building up his metal body with Life Force-related ores instead to slowly boost his affinity. As he did so, his Star Fusion self-created technique would gain far more strength, and rather than just boosting his body, it would even gain the ability to directly boost the strength of his divine armor as well. Evolution, or when fused into Lionel's divine armor, gave it an ability to transcend its level, but it was still only in a quasi-state. After all, it couldn't truly give a 5th-dimensional or the strength of a 6th-dimensional one. However, if the effects of the evolution or were stacked with Lionel's Star Fusion ability, the results would be truly transcendent. At that point, so long as Lionel summoned his armor and activated Star Fusion, it would truly be like his metal body had crossed a dimensional barrier to the next level. When this was combined with Lionel's breakthrough in force crafting, the Morales family's divine armor technique would truly begin to display might it never had before. The ores Lionel needed for his 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th-dimensional metal body and divine armor were all dirt cheap in comparison to the things he had been buying previously. In fact, he even managed to find a large supply of evolution ore here for just as cheap. Thanks to his mother, Lionel already had a set of 6th-dimension evolution ore, so he didn't need to trade for them. This was a good thing because past this point, things really began to get expensive. It had to be remembered that 6th-dimension evolution ore could allow a 6th-dimensional or to display seventh-dimensional properties, so it was already valued at a seventh-dimensional level. This was why it was so shocking that Lionel's mother had managed to get him a full batch's worth. This meant that seventh-dimensional evolution ore was valued at an eighth-dimensional level. Lionel found a batch here to trade for to help future-proof himself, but the cost was steep at 500 billion demon points. This just went to show just how rare evolution ores were. Many of the other things on Lionel's list had ninth-dimensional secrets within them, but they still weren't expensive. The mantras, for example, all had enough chance and force arts within to produce ninth-dimensional star runes, and yet they were only a fraction of the price. Though, to be fair, just a fragment of the Scarlet Star Force mantra was 200 billion. Lionel grit his teeth and added the seventh-dimensional evolution or nearer to the bottom of the list. Everything else he needed, even the seventh-dimensional ores he had chosen for his seventh-dimensional divine armor in the future, didn't even amount to 10 billion. But the evolution ores alone were actually so expensive. Chapter 1621, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 56 seconds a.m., Chapter 1621. Heartlink if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Ultimately, the seventh dimension was still too far away for Lionel. If he could afford it in the end, he would buy it. But he wouldn't tank his chances at everything else just to secure something he wouldn't be able to use for years. He was still very happy that he had gathered up so many materials. He wouldn't need to worry about anything. When he got the time and little Tolly back, he would be able to calmly craft. By then, his strength should increase by leaps and bounds. When Lionel got to this point, he was tempted to see what he could get in this world about force crafting, but then an idea flashed in his mind. Show me what you have related to army and empire building. Aina nodded by Lionel's side. She agreed with this too. Although she no longer called Lionel my king, as her point had long since already been made, that didn't mean that she had changed her mind. She wanted to see him rise to the top as well, and right now, she was well aware of just how far behind his cousins he was. In addition, Aina felt that it would be naive to believe that only she and Lionel would manage to gain something from this place. If Lionel's cousins were great geniuses like everyone seemed to say they were, then in all likelihood, they would manage to find a way to benefit as well. If Lionel didn't take this opportunity, he might not receive another one that was as good. As expected, Lionel mumbled to himself as he scanned through the items. The vast majority here were formation-type items, as this would be the foundation of most powerful empires. If you didn't have a strong, large-scale force art, capable of pulling from the atmosphere and protecting your territory, it would be all too easy for others to infiltrate and cripple your foundation. What Lionel hadn't expected, though, was for there to be force arts for armies as well. He had only casually thrown the additional like in, as he also wanted something that bolstered his subordinates' battle prowess. But this was greatly unexpected. So this is possible too? It must work on concepts of resonance a lot like Grandpa's music phase of spear mastery. I keep running into this concept again and again. To think that it could be applied like this, these army formations went by many names, but the most commonly used was the term Heartlink. Heartlink force arts could exist as separate entities, but they could still be considered like parts of a single whole. As such, they had two stages, the normal stage and the link stage. Lionel obviously couldn't see the full network of force arts, since he would have to outright buy them for that. But with his knowledge of force arts, he could make guesses by using the descriptions and the sneak previews. Heartlink force arts essentially fuse the power of multiple practitioners into a single focal point, forming a large and powerful army formation capable of destroying everything in its path. However, they weren't cheap. Even the most inexpensive one here was just 10 billion. The most expensive one, though, was over 10 trillion demon points, crushing Lionel's budget by 5 times. When Lionel saw this, he was, quite frankly, speechless. He and Aina had the most points of anyone when their wealth was combined, but they still couldn't afford something in this shop. Maybe the most shocking part was that this 10 trillion demon point Heartlink formation was only designed for up to 107th dimensional existences to use at once. This meant that despite its price tag, it couldn't even be used by those with 8th dimensional strength or above because the system would be overloaded. In comparison, the cheapest one could be used by up to 100,000 5th dimensional existences at once. It was clear and obvious that size truly didn't matter in this case. For there to be such an enormous price difference, there had to be a reason. When reading the description, though, the answer was obvious. The 10 trillion demon point formation only needed 100 tier 1 7th dimensional existences to wield the power of a tier 1 8th dimensional existence. And if you managed to gather 100 tier 9 7th dimensional existences, then you would have the power of a tier 9 8th dimensional existence. The cheapest formation was similar, but it required 100,000 individuals to jump up an entire dimension. Of course, it was easier to find 100,000 5th dimensional existences than it was to find 100,000 7th dimensional existences. But odds were, if you had such a number of 5th dimensional existences willing to listen to your commands, then you also weren't lacking in 6th dimensional existences either, and this Heart-Link Force art will be more like a cherry on the top for you. This also didn't mention the weakness of the cheapest formation either, and that was that twofold. Firstly, it wasn't plug and play and required comprehension on the part of the soldiers. And secondly, all 100,000 had to have the same affinity. These affinities didn't have to be exactly the same, but they had to share the same base element. Meaning, you had to have 100,000 existences with Fire Force affinity, for example. The most expensive formation didn't have these drawbacks. So long as you built the army's armors to the proper specifications and the users had the appropriate strength, that was all the requirements you needed to meet. Of course, the worst part about both of these Heart-Link Force arts was that having the Force art was just the beginning. These Force arts would obviously need to be drawn on something, and that something would be armors. In order to withstand the power of such a resonance, these armors wouldn't be cheap either. So, even if Lionel had 10 trillion demon points to spend, he would need another 10 trillion or so to build the 100 armors he would need. Plus, that didn't address the biggest elephant in the room. He himself wasn't in the 7th dimension. Where would he get 100 such existences from, exactly? If he had such powerful subordinates, would he even need to worry about this air war to begin with? Chapter 1622. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 55 seconds a.m., Chapter 1622. Only 2 grades if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. That's unfortunate, Aina said lightly. However, when she looked toward Lionel, all she saw was a wild grin. It's not unfortunate at all. In fact, I'm at least 80% certain that I can create my own. I understand the principle behind it already, and I think I have the skill to surpass this by a large margin. Aina blinked, her gaze sparkling. She didn't doubt Lionel. He wasn't one to speak without cause. In fact, he usually preferred to not speak at all. It could be said that if it wasn't for their relationship, he would have just kept this to himself, quietly calculating until he figured it all out. I have a feeling that these aren't the best formations this world has to offer. With their comprehension of force manipulation, they should have force crafting leagues beyond what I can do currently. Look at this one here. Lionel pointed to the most expensive one. It looks grand and imposing, but the truth is though they require 7th dimensional existences, the actual design for the base armor the army would use is just for a set of 100 silver grade armors. Although they use higher class materials to make up for it, such a shoddy design couldn't possibly step into the gold grade, let alone the life grade. The black grade was the 4th dimensional equivalent, and likewise, the silver grade was 6th dimensional, the gold grade 7th, and the life grade 8th. This formation required 7th dimensional existences, and even the armors used 7th dimensional materials, and even some 8th. But Lionel still evaluated the overall product as silver grade. It's clear that whoever created this Heart-Link Force art is an expert in formations, but when it comes to force crafting, they're very lacking. So, to make up for their weaknesses, they could only throw money at the problem, using very expensive materials to make up for lack of skill and foreplanning. Aina's gaze flickered. Right now, Lionel was casually commenting on silver grade and above grade armors, but wasn't he too in the sixth dimension? What stage had his force crafting reached, exactly? Did you become a gold grade force crafter? Aina asked. Gold grade? Lionel paused for a moment before smiling mysteriously. Strictly speaking, I can create life grade items now. Aina's brows jumped, her heart beating erratically. Life grade? Wasn't that eighth dimensional? How is that even possible? Lionel laughed. You probably think that I mean I can create eighth dimensional items, right? No, I can't do that. But my creations could display prowess far above the level of the materials I use to create them. That much is certain. I just view things differently now. Black grade, bronze grade, silver grade, gold grade, life grade. I don't think that there's so many categories of weapons and treasures as I see it. To me, there's only what is life grade and what isn't. Lionel's eyes sparkled like the radiant beams of the sun. If it wasn't for the fact the demon world had no materials to use, would he even have been put in such a sorry situation? Absolutely not. You mean? Aina whispered softly. I mean that what separates life grade and gold grade is an item that is so perfect it transcends the individual materials used to create it to form a new whole. This item forms a spirit a lot like true state forces have personalities of their own because it becomes a supremely unique existence of its own, a new life, if you will. I just mean that regardless of the dimension, I'm certain that I can create crafts that can reach that state. Lionel shifted his gaze from Aina and looked back toward the most expensive heart link formation. According to this, the armors that are needed are quasi-life grade. But I'm pretty certain you could throw any eighth dimensional material into a crafting process and then call it quasi-life grade, because by virtue of its existence alone, the weapon would be supremely powerful. But as I see it, it's just all fake nonsense. This can't be considered quasi-life grade. At best, it's silver grade. Right now, the only thing holding me back from crafting high-level silver grade crafts and beyond is my own weakness. My force isn't powerful enough. My finger designation is still too low, and little Tolly is still an infant. In the future, though, I don't think I'll experience any bottlenecks in force crafting until I reach the true life grade and the eighth dimension. I see. Aina nodded. If things were as Lionel said, then it really wouldn't be difficult for him at all to create his own formation. Now that he knew it existed, he could form his own. Although he couldn't be able to make one capable of using seventh-dimensional existences due to his own weaknesses, he would definitely be able to make one that utilized sixth-dimensional existences to battle seventh-dimensional ones given some time. In fact, Lionel was even thinking of forming a two-person Heartlink force art that could only be used by himself and Aina. Or maybe a two-person one that could resonate between himself and Little Black Star. And the best part about all of this was, he would finally get to create his own cool uniforms. A two-person one could either be much less complicated or much more, depending on how you look at it. It's obviously much easier to produce great strength with more people as opposed to less. But a two-person formation obviously has less variables as well. But this should work out nicely. With things like this, Aina won't have to sing in battle for us to resonate anymore. And given our talent, our bodies can also take much more pressure than most army soldiers would be able to. This could definitely work while Lionel nodded to himself and just let a section of his split minds handle the computations. There was nothing else of interest among the items, and he didn't need any empire formations just yet, as he didn't even have a base of operations. In addition, since he would form his own Heartlink formation, he didn't care to add any of these to the list, so he simply moved on. Now, he had less than 800 billion demon points remaining, and he had to make the most of it. HM, show me items related to metal spirits. Chapter 1623. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 54 seconds AM, Chapter 1623. Maturity: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Little Tolly was Lionel's greatest reliance. In fact, even in comparison to Little Black Star, the little one was Lionel's greatest partner. If Lionel prepared things for Black Star, he couldn't possibly forget about Tolliver. Lionel hadn't really done anything special for Tolliver in his lifetime. Outside of feeding the little one as many ores as it could manage, there was really nothing else to do. At the same time, though, Lionel had to be careful about this. This was because he had never forgotten his father's first lesson about the hazards of metal spirits and how overeating could cause them to go berserk. Due to this, Lionel was very careful with how he fed little Tolly, and the little one's progress was quite slow, although consistent, as a result. As of now, little Tolly should still be in the 5th dimension, and the little guy wasn't close to the 6th. This could be considered to be another limitation to Lionel's force crafting. As a metal spirit, working with and manipulating 6th-dimensional ores even while in the 5th dimension wasn't impossible. But it took effort, and it also required a lot of stamina on Lionel's part as well. Only when little Tolly entered the 6th dimension would things become much easier. When the items appeared, Lionel quickly scanned them all one by one, his expression flickering with surprise from time to time. The first category of items were about guiding little Tolly into maturity. Lionel had learned long ago that spirit familiars were genderless. Usually, they would choose as they pleased once they reached this point of maturity. Lionel hadn't really thought much about it before, but he never really considered exactly what maturity meant. According to these, maturity to metal spirits was like a hack to progressing through the life grade. The current little Tolly could only bend and manipulate metals as Lionel directed, liquefying them and controlling them at will. However, a mature Tolliver would be on a completely different level. In fact, a mature metal spirit could even give birth to ores that didn't exist by taking and fusing together the essence of existing ores. Essentially, if there wasn't an ore in existence that perfectly fit Lionel's needs, Tolly would be capable of forging them at Lionel's behest. This wasn't all. It was even possible for little Tolly to perfect ores. For example, dark ice ore was a 5th-dimensional ore. It wasn't perfect enough to be a 6th-dimensional Oregon. With proper preparations, little Tolly would be able to improve these weaknesses and allow it to evolve to a whole new level. Essentially, when paired with an evolution ore, little Tolly could take the quasi-effect granted by the evolution ore and turn it into a true and permanent effect. This could be considered an extension of its fusion abilities. As for why this was a hack to progressing through the life grade, wasn't the life grade exactly this? Wasn't it the creation of a treasure so perfect that it could be seen as a new entity all to itself? Essentially what this meant is that a mature metal spirit would make forging life-grade weapons thousands of folds easier. Even for Lionel, if he wanted to forge a life-grade item, he would need to spend a lot of energy blueprinting and even tweaking force arts so that everything would fit together perfectly. However, with little Tolly maturing, he would need to fit himself into rigid boxes already outlined by what ores could naturally exist. Theoretically, he could create an ore that was perfect in all aspects, dealing with all potential weaknesses in one fell swoop. What was interesting, though, was that not all mature metal spirits were created equal. If Lionel's deductions were correct, the sooner after the 5th dimension a metal spirit matured, the more potential it would have into the future. In this way, it was a lot like the God path for humans. Beyond this, there were actually several paths a metal spirit could take when stepping into maturity as well. The first was the mimicry path, a lot like Little Black Star's path. Because ores of all types existed, and a metal spirit could eat them all, they could start taking on these characteristics as well. In fact, this was the most common path for metal spirits. Lionel was surprised when he read this. This was almost identical to his metal Bodis properties. No? It felt like it was likely that these techniques were actually birthed from observing metal spirits. The second path was the fusion path. This path leaned into a metal spirit's ability to combine and create new life through ores. In fact, a metal spirit that took this path would even gain powerful healing abilities that it could share with its owner. This was a much rarer path, and it allowed a metal spirit exceedingly powerful abilities in creating new alloys and ores, much more so than most metal spirits. While some less mature metal spirits would be limited to combining 2 ores at most, a metal spirit on this path would be able to fuse 3, 4, or even 5 instantly upon maturing. The third path was the universal path. This metal spirit was able to tap into universal force to help their partner during the forging practice. Those with this metal spirit had seemingly endless stamina and could forge hundreds of weapons at once without the slightest issue. The fourth and final path was the pure path. This metal spirit was a jack of all trades, but a master of none. However, depending on the resources it was fed, it would likewise be able to improve in all areas. This path was by far the most expensive and the most involved, and the requirements were exceedingly difficult to meet. In order to take this path, one had to allow one's metal spirit to step into the sixth dimension while under a force eruption. Such a requirement truly left Lionel speechless. Of course, the worst part was that this was just the introduction. If he wanted the complete method, he needed to pay 500 billion demon points. Chapter 1624, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 53 seconds a.m., Chapter 1624. Most popular if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel could only grit his teeth and add the method to the list, leaving him with only 300 billion demon points, of which he used an extra 100 billion to allocate the materials he would need to help the process along, ultimately leaving him with 200 billion demon points he had yet to use. Suddenly, Lionel felt very poor. In truth, there was a chance that little Tali could mature naturally along the fourth path. In fact, all 4 of these evolution paths were available to all metal spirits. However, there was a reason that some were rarer than others. In order of rarity, the first was the most common, with the fourth path being the rarest to see. Metal spirits were rare already, but those that could naturally enter the fourth path were less than 1 in 10,000, with a vast majority entering the first, about 10% entering the second, and about 1% entering the third. Lionel simply couldn't leave his fate up to a 0.1% chance, so he had to take matters in his own hand. The trouble was that it cost 600 billion demon points. He didn't even know where he would find a force eruption. He had only experienced one in his lifetime, and that was back on Earth. However, obviously, he couldn't use a mere fourth-dimensional force eruption. It had to at least be a sixth-dimensional force eruption, which was only likely to happen when a world was evolving from the fifth dimension to the sixth. Earth was obviously a great candidate for this, as it would be entering the sixth dimension soon. But he would still have to rely on a bit of luck, as he wouldn't exactly be able to predict where they would appear. Lionel shook his head. There was no use in harping on these matters. He had 200 billion left, and he had to see if he maximized it or if he would have to start shedding some things from his list. I think we should think about protective treasures. All of this will be useless if we can't protect our lives, Aina suddenly said. And after that, we can take a look at the most sought-after items here, or maybe even the most expensive ones to see if there's anything that we absolutely have to have. Lionel nodded. He agreed with this. After filtering for protective treasures, he nodded. They were expensive, but they weren't ridiculously so. Even a one-time protective item capable of blocking up to a Tier 1 8th-dimensional strike was only about 100 billion. This made sense. After all, everything that Lionel was trading for could be considered foundations, treasures, and techniques for families and organizations, while such an item was just a protective treasure. Techniques and similar things would always be far more expensive. If he got one for himself and Aina, that would make up for the remaining 200 billion they had left. But that wasn't strictly necessary. This was because the protective treasure formed by forming a protective sphere that couldn't crack until it was overloaded. Taking Aina with him, or vice versa, would essentially make sure that both were protected. However, Lionel still put both on the list just in case of potential variables. If it came down to it, he would give up one, and only by one that he gave to Aina. Lionel was of half a mind not to tempt himself any further, but he knew that if he didn't this, there wouldn't have been a point to the list in the first place. He might as well have just bought everything outright. Show me the most popular items exchanged for by the Fiend-class geniuses. Lionel's gaze flickered focusing on the items that appeared. Since he had asked for something so narrow, it wasn't too surprising that only 2 items appeared. The first was a crystal ball. It looked completely inconspicuous, and Lionel wouldn't have given it a second look if he saw it on a counter in a store. But when he read the description, his brows couldn't help but jump. Focus crystal, 10 billion. The price was cheap, or at least relatively so. This made sense since it was the most popular item. If only the top 10 could trade for it, it wouldn't be much of a popular item at all. According to the description, the focus crystal was a rare item used to refine force. One pour their force into it, and it would come out pure. When used over a long period of time, this would purify the force within your body, bringing it closer to the kind of force one would only gain from pure force crystals. This was extremely similar to the ability of the golden scale koi fish. The difference, though, lied in the fact that this crystal catalyzed changes within your body, while the koi fish only did so with external force and within its own body. If one used a focus crystal daily, it would slowly improve one's affinity for one's element, and it would even help one to increase one's understanding of one's force. If used in conjunction with a mantra, the results would be even better. The only limitation of the focus crystal, and maybe the reason for its low price, was that it could only ever be used for one type of force. Once it was used, it wouldn't be able to purify any other kind of force, even if they shared the same element. Lionel exhaled when he saw this. This was an item he definitely had to have, and he needed multiple of them for sure. And Aina would need at least one for her Blaze Thunder Force, even if she didn't need it for her Blood Force and Life Force. Even if he ignored his lineage factors, he would still need 3 for himself, plus 1 for Aina, which would make 40 billion demon points. Lionel shook his head and turned toward the second popular item before smiling bitterly. Chapter 1625. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 52 seconds a.m. Chapter 1625. Most expensive if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The second item was a seemingly ordinary black rock. Perfection Stone, 100 billion. This rock's ability was very simple. It scanned a person and morphed into a clone. However, this clone would detect your weaknesses and fix them. The issue was that the rock wouldn't be able to communicate exactly what these issues were. According to the description, it was a rock forged in a very famous dream force-dense region. It was able to project the consciousness of a universe by simulating what it could have done with a talent of your caliber if you appeared in a zone. It would simulate your life based on your age, and then form a clone that could be considered the perfected version of yourself. The only way to slowly tease apart the details was to fight this rock again and again, not to mention getting beat up again and again. How could you defeat the perfect version of yourself? It was only after reading these things that Lionel finally understood why it was that all the Dream Force-related items in this place were so cheap. In fact, if not for this, let alone 100 billion, this Perfection Stone might not be able to be bought with even 100 trillion. The description stated that this rock was a treasure of the Eternal Dream Pavilion. If Lionel was correct, this Eternal Dream Pavilion had subsidized many of the Dream Force items in this place. According to his understanding, talents with exceptionally high Dream Force affinity were too rare, but this was precisely what the pavilion demanded of their students. Although they hadn't sent their students, they were still in the business of fostering Dream Force talents in hopes that more would appear. It was also potentially the case that in exchange for not participating, they had given these tributes over. These were just Lionel's guesses, and he might be missing a few details, but he felt that this was very close to being true. The good news about this Perfection Stone was that it could be used for as many people as you wanted. It was no wonder it was such a popular item. Lionel realized that he had to have it. The abilities of the people of this world's ability to simulate was definitely far above his own. This would be an invaluable item, and it would help him too greatly in the future. He didn't believe that it was truly perfect, but he would definitely use it as a guiding light. If zones could produce such perfect magic systems that humans couldn't even dream of thinking up on their own, why wouldn't the Perfection Stone be capable of refining his future path and allowing him to observe it? Now, the trouble was that he was missing 30 to 40 billion demon points to buy this, even if he gave up one of the protective treasures. Lionel exhaled and made a decision. He moved some of the things from Little Tolly's evolution down. Then he would be able to afford it. Ultimately, the things he needed to facilitate Little Tolly's evolution, which amounted to an extra 100 billion, were things that he could find outside of this zone. But this stone was something he definitely could not. Plus, it would still take him some time to find a force eruption. So, he had time to gather the materials as well. Lionel exhaled. Show us the top 10 most expensive items you have here. Lionel still decided to go through with it. Who knew? Maybe he would find something worth giving up everything for. If he could afford it, that is. What Lionel and Aina actually saw, though, was enough to leave them stunned. Every single one of the 10 items was a tablet. Most were gold, but there were 2 that were silver and 2 that were bronze. These were precisely the 12-pointed star lineage factor tablets, both the dark star half and the light star half. Lionel's eyes widened when, for the first time, his gaze landed on the gold tablets for this lineage factor. But almost the moment he did, he heard 2 roars resound in his mind. His eyes, nose and ears burst into a rain of blood. He could see or hear anything, his body falling back, unconscious. Lionel. Aina's expression changed and quickly caught Lionel before his head hit the ground. She hesitated, wanting to look at the tablets as well, but she refrained, realizing that she might end up in the same state of Lionel. At that point, which one of them would be conscious to protect the other? Lionel mumbled, snapping out of his unconsciousness before he faded back into again. Every time his brain turned back on, he remembered those images and his body shut down again. Even without ever having laid eyes on those 2 beasts before, he knew exactly what their names were, as though they had etched into his mind. Almost like it was disrespectful for him to not know of them when he laid eyes on them. The pinnacle of the light star half of the lineage factor. The infinity beast. The pinnacle of the dark star half of the lineage factor. The void beast. The void beast. The void beast was the peak of the dark half of his lineage factor. In addition, there was actually a beast he had never heard of that was its exact opposite and equal. However, Lionel's memory was too perfect. Before he focused on those 2 tablets, he was certain that he had seen the names and descriptions of all the other tablets as well. For one, their prices were egregious, so much so that it felt almost like a slap to the face. They had so many zeros behind them that even Lionel didn't know what number that was supposed to represent. All he knew was that it was too much larger than just a trillion. But the second shocked him maybe even more than finding out what the pinnacle beasts of his lineage factor were. Emperor's Might. It was a tablet here. It sat with its own radiant gold light, exuding an air of unbridled arrogance and majesty. Just what did it mean for it to be here? Just what kind of zone was this? And why did it mention the Brazinger family in its description? What the hell did the greatest powers of Earth have to do with a fairy tale-based mythological zone? Chapter 1626. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 51 seconds a.m. Chapter 1626. Fingertips if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel coughed before his expression turned solemn. There were too many things about this zone that confused him, too many questions he wanted to ask that no one would give him an answer to. Could it be that this wasn't a mythological zone, and it was instead a variant zone? It had to be remembered that variant zones signified the end of a world. They appeared when a territory was at a crossroads, and they would either face annihilation or deviate toward the correct path and prosper far more than they ever had before. What was most important to note about variant zones, though, in this case at least, wasn't the opportunity they presented, but rather the fact that variant zones were a peek into the future. If this was the case, then maybe this all made sense. The evolution in force manipulation, the prominence of the families of Earth, the unique changes to the techniques and paths those of this world took. Could it be that this world was actually Earth all along? But then where did these demons come from? Was it the influence of the Silver Empire? Did the Silver Empire make a comeback and cause all of this to occur? forcing the people of Earth to share the only eighth-dimensional world of the human domain with them? This was also a possibility. He had heard the people here mentioning spirituals, so all of this was potentially true. The only thing that didn't quite add up was that this world was far too large to be the original Earth. But then again, just how large was the Void Palace? Clearly, there were methods of making higher dimensional worlds break the laws of physics he was used to from the third dimension. Anything was possible with the use of force. But still, even if Lionel's deductions were all correct, there were still more questions than there were answers. Such a variant zone. How can anyone bear to give it up? Did whoever attacked the Void Palace have to use such a precious zone for a task like this? It also had to be remembered that variant zones were known for their ease relative to other zones of the same level. Their entire purpose was to give those of their past a chance to transcend the difficulties that would block them from getting to the best possible future. This meant that this zone was invaluable if it was a variant zone originally. If not for the fact the likes of Lionel and the others failed immediately upon entering, the harshness they faced wouldn't have been nearly as difficult to transcend. In fact, maybe the methods of force manipulation and the like would have been handed to them on a silver platter rather than him having to go through all of this trouble. Were the people who used this zone to target the Void Palace fools? Even if there was a 100% guarantee of dealing with the Void Palace completely, who cared? So what if the Void Palace was gone? Weren't there still other races? Other powerhouses? Plus, there were still the most powerful families of the human domain that remained untouched. On top of that, there was one person that Lionel was absolutely certain was doing just fine: his father. To deal with the human race, some fool actually chose to target the Void Palace first, and not his father? Lionel couldn't help but think their brains were waterlogged. There were only two explanations that could possibly make sense to explain all of this. The first was that these people had no ability to gauge the value of this zone and what was inside of it. If they could, Lionel didn't believe they would use it so foolishly. The second was that Lionel was completely incorrect about all of this, and this place wasn't a variant zone at all. The first made no sense. How could a power capable of targeting the Void Palace not do something as simple as skin a zone? Even if Lionel gave them the benefit of the doubt, the two things that were absolutely easy to do regardless of the level of a zone was to tell the quota limit, as in how many people could enter, and to tell what type of zone it was. The moment a zone actually manifested on the readings as a variant zone, even if it was a ninth-dimensional zone, especially if it was a ninth-dimensional zone, no one would use it for such a foolish thing. There was, of course, one other possibility that Lionel was somewhat ignoring. In order to use this zone to target the Void Palace, whoever sent it had to expand the size of the zone a tremendous amount. There was a chance that only a zone of a certain caliber could withstand this process. As such, whoever did this had no choice. But even if that was the case, Lionel didn't believe that they'd be so stupid. If Lionel was in their shoes, and he had such a method, but it could only work on an incredibly valuable zone, he would directly scrap such a method and throw in the trash. In fact, he might accidentally allow his enemies to learn of it and hope they'd be stupid enough to do such a thing should they run into such a valuable zone. At least that way, they would waste it instead of growing more powerful behind his back. All of this logic applied as well if this was really a mythological zone. It had to be remembered that mythological zones were the most likely to become unique zones purely because of their value. When things were framed like this, it didn't make any sense whatsoever for this place to be a zone unless the enemies of the Void Palace were complete idiots. Just when Lionel had this thought, he shot up from Aina's embrace, his heart trembling. What if he was wrong about all of this? What if the enemies of the Void Palace knew very well the value of this zone, but didn't care? And what if they didn't care because they already had such methods at their fingertips? Chapter 16:27. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 50 seconds a.m. Chapter 16:27. Between the world and you, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The current Lionel looked quite frightening. Blood fell from his eyes, ears and nose, and his heart beat so wildly that it only made the blood pour down faster. If Aina didn't know better, she would have thought that Lionel would bleed out right here and now. Lionel? Lionel! Aina directly shook Lionel, her features marred with worry. Lionel blinked, shaking his head and wiping the blood on his cheeks away. Eventually, a sigh came out from his lips. What is it? Are you okay? I don't know. I just thought of a frightening possibility. What? It's just that what's the best way to manipulate a zone? Aina blinked. You mean? If someone used a method, like the Valiant Pillars, and you took control of a zone, you could enter it as you pleased and farm whatever you needed from it. You can technically do this with any zone, it's just that it's only beneficial, usually, to do it with zones that contain a great amount of resources that can quickly recover in a small period of time. This world here is so large and vast. Even if we spend 100 years, I doubt we could learn everything that needs to be learned. But what if others had that time, and then some? I'm saying that if this zone was originally a mythological zone, or even a variant zone, and then it was taken control of by a special power, then this special power took their time to squeeze out every pinch of benefit they could get from this place. What if after they were done, this zone also conveniently happened to be just strong enough to expand to hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter and swallow up one of your enemies with hardly any effort on your part? When Lionel said these things, Aina's heart trembled as well, coming to an understanding. There was a potential chance that all of Lionel's previous conjectures weren't wrong, but could rather only be correct if they were combined into one. Whether this was a variant or a mythological zone didn't matter. They were just minor details. However, if it was only a zone of this caliber that could be used to swallow up the whole of the Void Palace, and one had already gotten everything you needed out of it, the question was, would it be worth it then? The answer was, without a doubt, yes. And if yes was truly the answer, then the enemy that the Void Palace faced wasn't just a small measure more fearsome. They were leaps and bounds beyond anything the human domain could hope to fight against. Thela was a decent talent, and her potential was high, especially considering her innate node. But she still wasn't considered to be anywhere near the best. Her 3 senior sisters teamed up, and all of them together still couldn't be a match for whoever took first place in this Fiend class sector. And then it had to be remembered that this was still just the Fiend class sector. There were still numerous levels of the Chaos class geniuses to contend with after this. If this power could freely enter and exit this zone as they pleased, slowly teasing out its secrets and squeezing it dry of everything it had, before then no longer caring about enough to the point that it used it in such a fashion. Just what kind of strength did this power have now? Fearsome. Too fearsome. Lionel suddenly hesitated. How would this power react if he managed to reverse the situation and allowed everyone out? According to his calculations, once he succeeded, it wouldn't just be he and Aina who could leave this place. With the collapse of the barrier to this zone, all outsiders would be teleported away all at once, including every one of the Void Palace who had been forcefully taken into this place. But now Lionel wondered if he should still do this. There was no doubt that if he delayed, many more of the Void Palace would die. In fact, many had likely died already. This place was a cruel world, and he had learned of it firsthand. He already knew that once he stepped out of this event, even if Mistress Olidark left him be, the matriarch of the Endless Twilight Pavilion would not. The uncouth words he had spoken about her were one matter, and that could probably still be overlooked depending on a few factors. But Aina had killed 3 of her top disciples and had even taken the form of a chaos demon. Without Lionel here to block her from view, the elders above have definitely already seen this. If not for the fact they were in the demon world and not in the city any longer, they would have likely already swooped down to execute Aina. When Lionel thought to this point, he had an ugly expression. Was this really the only choice? The smart thing to do would be to sacrifice Aina. For the good of the human race and their survival, Lionel should allow everyone to stay in this world for as long as possible. Many would die, but those that survived would come out with a prowess capable of battling those that had imprisoned them in the first place. Lionel couldn't see another way. If these people realized that those of the Void Palace had returned, and they really had such strength, they would just directly act to wipe out the Void Palace personally. He and Aina couldn't stay here forever. Eventually, the event would come to an end, and they would be forcefully teleported out. By then, the two of them would be faced with a sweeping host of powerful 7th-dimensional and maybe even 8th-dimensional individuals. Even if they gave him a path to survive thanks to his talent, Lionel wasn't naive enough to believe that they'd allow Aina to go freely. And he simply didn't have the strength to protect her. He couldn't even defeat a genius within his dimension. How would he climb above it to face those monsters? Lionel looked toward Aina. She had an intelligent glint in her eyes as she calmly looked back. She understood these things the moment Lionel spoke. Although she couldn't think as fast as Lionel, her intelligence had never been lacking. Aina smiled. "Don't look at me like that. I was ranked ahead of you in Class A, remember? Who asked you to not take your studies seriously?" Lionel was stunned for a moment before he laughed. He reached a hand forward, caressing Aina's cheek and pressing his forehead to hers. Aina trembled involuntarily, biting her lip out of habit. No matter how many times Lionel told her not to do that, she never could stop. "Between the world and you, I choose you." Chapter 1628. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 49 seconds a.m. Chapter 1628. An obvious answer if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Aina didn't know what to say. The transition into Chaos Demon wasn't something she could control. The moment she reached a certain stage of comprehension in her blood sovereignty and took out the heirloom of the Silver Empire, everything happened so fast she couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. It also didn't help that she didn't even know what kind of changes were occurring to begin with. Then, when it came to killing those 3 women, she was blinded by rage because the life and death of Lionel was unknown. And just by virtue of the state Lionel had returned in, their deaths were more than warranted. Still, even before then, it was already past the point of no return. She had thought that everything would be fine since Lionel had a method to leave this place, and he wouldn't lie to her about such a thing. But now that she knew about this, she felt as though there was a lump in her throat that she couldn't quite deal with. She didn't want such a choice to be contingent on her. Just how many of the human domain would die because Lionel said such a thing? Lionel smiled, looking into Aina's eyes despite the closeness of their faces. Despite that smile and the twinkle in his eye, Aina knew the kind of weight Lionel felt on his shoulders making this decision. She knew how he felt about taking the lives of others and the kind of responsibility he felt toward protecting as many people as he could. He tried not to see any life as more valuable than another, because even with his analytical mind, he couldn't find a logical progression toward the worth of a human life. But now, this very same Lionel was deciding that the life of one Aina was worth more than the life of countless others. Wasn't he just a hypocrite? Yes, he was. And quite frankly, right this moment, he didn't care. If it was his life, he wouldn't hesitate to put it on the line 100 out of 100 times. But when it came to the life of Aina, he would deign to play with it even once, no matter how many opportunities he was given. Nothing would move him from his position. Didn't I say it already? I can do this impossible. Without me, everyone would be stuck here regardless. Since I'm the only one who can bring everyone out, this can be considered a small price for thanks. There's a limit to my selflessness, and this is it. Lionel pulled his head back, standing to his feet. Right now, he almost felt angry, almost as though a voice in his head was telling him that he was being selfish. It made a fury boil in his heart. He didn't know where these feelings for Aina came from, but he knew that they were here and they weren't going anywhere. Aina would forever be his bottom line, his reverse scale. If it meant protecting her, if he was honest with himself, he didn't give a damn how many people died. You were angry about that? All right then, find a method to leave this place yourself. An arrogance far colder than usual exuded from Lionel, his irises dancing with a crimson hue. Let's go. Let's leave this place. We'll return to the human domain as soon as I finish this. Lionel exchanged for everything on his list, save a few things for little Tali, before storing them all away. Then he began to bring out the items he had collected through the sectors one by one before pulling out his quasi-life grade force quill. He planned to finish all of these preparations in one go. Once he stepped out, it would only take a moment to fuse everything together and end it all. Lionel wasn't in the mood to continue shopping. He had everything he needed, and he would make certain that whoever put them in here and made him make such a choice suffered. Although Lionel wasn't absolutely certain who it was, he was over 90% sure that it was the Three-Finger Cult. Only they could have such means. And if it truly was them, then there was definitely someone within the Void Palace that worked together with them to execute such a large-scale plan. Lionel could bring everyone out, and in the future, he would make certain that they ever gave him such a chance. As Lionel worked, his expression only became colder and colder. Even the air became frigid despite the fact he hadn't released any water force. Lionel had thought for a long time about exactly how to exit this zone. In fact, he had spent months on the problem. Ultimately, the answer lay in the full name of a zone. It was a subdimensional, meaning it was a pocket of space separate from reality that, under normal circumstances, couldn't be breached. In the past, subdimensional zone had been described to Lionel as points in history that met the present, almost like time loops that formed small pockets of space that shared a similar history, but also a somewhat separate timeline. This was why when you failed the zone, you would live out your life until you died, rather than the zone just directly collapsing. While to you it would seem as though a lifetime had passed upon failure, to those of the outside world, the zone would open up immediately, sending the next group that entered to the beginning of the time loop. This concept became even clearer in Lionel's mind after he learned that the opposite of spatial force was time force. The two were opposite sides of the same coin, both together, and yet very much separate. Then, how exactly could you exit a zone after all having missed the get-off point? Well, the answer was found in the same way such zones were formed in the first place. A point where history met the present. Or, in other words, on the other side of the coin, a point where one space met another. Simply put, if Lionel wanted to exit, he needed to find a way to bring them back to the reset point. He couldn't do this with time force, but he could do it with spatial force. Essentially, he had to find a way to force the zone to touch the human domain once again. Once these two worlds connected, it would be like the zone opened up again, but this time in reverse, thus allowing everyone to exit. At least, this was the simplified version of his thoughts. This, though, still left the matter of how. How would he force such a connection to occur again? Lionel needed a catalyst, a bridge of sorts that could force these worlds to interact once again, and he had the perfect solution to this. What Lionel needed was a third world, a world that could force these two together once more, a world that had a strong connection to the human domain, but was also sturdy enough to survive a trip through space. And to that, Lionel had the perfect answer. In fact, this world had already survived such a trip before. In fact, it had survived such a trip many times before. It even had certain abilities capable of hiding the presence of people from the eyes of a zone. By now, the answer was obvious: the segmented cube. Chapter 1629, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 48 seconds a.m., Chapter 1629. Pissed if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Aina had never seen Lionel so focused. A dense amount of auspicious air flooded his surroundings. It felt that if she wanted to, she would easily be able to enter an extremely deep state of meditation, one even deeper than the one that had allowed her to form her chaos demon body. Aina couldn't help but wonder why it was that Lionel didn't use it more often. Whether it was his state of focus or his strength, she felt like it was on a completely different level when he entered this state. Was he just not aware? Or was it about his disposition? Could he not enter it freely? She could tell that Lionel seemed to be pissed off about something, but it was odd because he didn't seem to be angry with her. If anything, she felt like they were even closer now, closer than they ever had been. What woman wouldn't swoon when their man said words like Lionel just had? Liam always seemed to have a way to make her heart flutter, but this just felt especially potent, even in comparison to his usual way with words. But his disposition shifted again on a dime. She just felt like the more she understood Lionel, the less she actually understood. For what she did know, though, there were probably only two possibilities. Either Lionel was pissed off that he was too weak and had to make such a decision in the first place, or he was enraged at the thought that people were threatening her life to begin with. Knowing this unreasonable man, it was probably a combination of both. Only someone with his level of arrogance would be truly pissed off about such things. The first was a culmination of frustration. Lionel was usually lazy, that much was true. He didn't put in as much effort as he should, and he was easily bored by things. But at the same time, he was also someone who could easily pour in a ton of time, so long as there was a goal ahead. If he had just been lazy recently, and that was the root of his weakness, fine, he would be able to accept it. But the reality was that before being forced into this situation, he had spent every waking moment of the previous year honing his strength. He hadn't taken a single step out of that training room. And the moment he did take a step out, the Void Palace was suddenly thrust into an existential crisis. He, despite his usual disposition, had put in 10 months of effort. He had put in so much effort that he even fell asleep for an additional 2 months. And yet, even that still wasn't enough to match up to the geniuses of this zone. First, he found himself captured by the Alidiarch family. Then he was surrounded by enemies in this event city. And when he finally found a soothing happiness again with Aina by his side, he was nearly crushed in a battle with Thela before he was quite literally eaten alive by a demon. Now he faced the cherry on top, and he could already see the coming struggle ahead. Even if he completed this perfectly in time for them to be teleported out, they'd likely face stiff problems as he completed the final step. Just thinking about it pissed him off. He was probably more than strong enough to shatter the barrier his father left behind in the segmented cube, but he still felt like he somehow hadn't improved at all. It was frustrating. It felt as though he was running in place while the peak ahead only got further away and taller. Maybe only Lionel would be truly frustrated by such a thing. A year? What was a year of effort compared to the amount of time these geniuses had put into their crafts? What about compared to the old monsters that were waiting to target his life? What good was a year in the face of dozens? What about hundreds? But then again, did Lionel even have such an option? How long ago had the metamorphosis of Earth descended? He hadn't grown up in this world. He was just thrust into it without aim or purpose. Although he felt like he had his own purpose now, he couldn't seem to ever focus on it like he wanted to. It was almost like his mind wasn't fully in his own control. Lionel's wrist flicked, and the final force art was completed. He took off the finger guard that had been with him all this time and slotted it into the center of it all. This guard was none other than the home of the segmented cube. Very soon, it would be complete again. Lionel looked up, the intent in his eyes blazing. The world wasn't fair. It wasn't designed to be. No one would care how long he had been in the dimensional verse for. No one would care that he had spent most of his childhood recovering for a grievous injury, or that he hadn't gotten the chance to grow step by step with his greatest talent, his innate node, and had to instead watch as it became a ticking time bomb in his body. Since no one would care, he wouldn't care either. Lionel swept his completed craft into his spatial ring and stood to wrap an arm around Aina's waist. He didn't look toward her. Instead, his gaze practically bore a hole into the Emperor's might tablet. He felt a formless pressure boring down on him, pressing down against his soul. What Lionel had learned when his body separated from his soul was that while the root of most of his lineage factors were in his body, his King's Might lineage factor actually called his soul home. In addition, when his body separated from his soul, the influence his innate node had on his King's Might lineage factor was also stripped away, allowing it to regain its former clarity. Staring at it, Lionel felt a sudden compulsion. "Come here." His voice was cold, cold to the point that Aina felt a tingle up her spine, her cheeks flushing red. An oppressive King's Might surged into the surroundings, suffocating the surroundings in a dense purple fog that permeated even the protective formations. Lionel stretched out a hand, and the bindings around the golden tablet shattered, and it surged into his palm. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom. The world and the surroundings suddenly began to collapse. The other tablets vanished, even as the Emperor's Might tablet became illusory and shot into Lionel's body. Lionel's vision swam, and when he appeared once more, he was already standing outside of the city gates. At that moment, the skies above collapsed, a large surge of powerful elders of the seventh dimension rushing downward. Lionel didn't even look upward. His hand waved and a thick platform descended. Boom! The earth quaked, and a strong surge of spatial force surged through the air. Many of the youths near Lionel and Aina were forced into a quick retreat. The platform embedded and hooked itself into the earth, becoming so solid that even Lionel, its creator, wouldn't be able to move it even if he wanted to. Chapter 1630. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 47 seconds a.m., Chapter 1630. Superimposed if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The solid slab of silver metals that was at least 10 by 10 meters. Its edges were filled with complex runes that could make one's mind spin just looking at them, and its center was filled with a circular formation that seemed to rotate with life of its own. Halt! Hand the demon over. The elders above released mighty auras, soaring down upon their treasures. When Lionel heard this, his gaze flashed with rage, but he still didn't look upward. If he had the strength, he would have directly killed the person who said such a thing. However, even though he didn't look upward, his aura continued to grow like a towering tempest, billowing violet fog, and a wild crimson spread out further and further. From the perspective of the elders of this world, they had to capture Aina, and even if they couldn't capture her, they had to at least kill her. A demon that could camouflage themselves as a human was a crisis-level threat to them all. They had to know how it worked, and more importantly, how to counter it. The one good thing about demons was that they were easily spotted. But if one could hide so perfectly and even infiltrate their society to this extent, wouldn't it only be a matter of time before they were all finished? They couldn't allow Aina to escape no matter what. Violent surges of aura descended from the skies. If it wasn't for the fact they were caught off guard by the change, they would have already surrounded the city. But something Lionel did seem to have triggered the teleportation ahead of time, causing them to still be in the skies observing the situation until right this moment. Lionel, the roar of Mistress Olidark was among the loudest, and there was no doubt that this was on purpose. She should have been happy that Lionel had gathered so many points for her Olidark family, but truthfully, it was the direct opposite. She had to make it clear that she was going all out to kill Lionel and Aina, or else her family would be implicated. Who could have thought that the brat she had easily taken control of just might cause the downfall of her family so easily? She couldn't allow this to happen no matter what. Ripple. At that moment, a strong surge of force expanded outward in all directions. Bang! Several attacks from above suddenly found themselves blocked by a powerful barrier. This barrier wasn't actually part of the original design, but was rather just a subsidiary product of the function of the design. There needed to be an incredibly stable spatial link formed between this world and the next. So Lionel had modified the original design to need a powerful or with precisely these characteristics as the foundation. Lionel had done a lot of research about spatial rings and spatial force in general in order to create this method to retrieve the segmented cube. Now all of that research became the backbone for his method of returning home. He gave the segmented cube a landing mark, and that would be its original vessel to begin with. Now that the space was stabilized, seventh-dimensional individuals could forget about shaking it easily. Lionel had actually been prepared for eighth-dimensional experts to make a move, but there were none, surprisingly. What he didn't know was that they all had been pulled away by that sudden snap. But regardless, the fact that none were here or disdained to act in Lionel's estimation, they could forget about stopping him. The space only grew more and more stable with each passing moment. Even for Lionel and Aina, who were in the center of it all, it was difficult even to move properly, let alone for these elders to shatter the barrier. Lionel slowly inclined his head, almost as though he wanted to imprint the faces of all those above him. He even took an exceptionally long look at Mistress Olidark. He would never meet these people again, and he knew that, but for some reason he still did this. Maybe it was less about getting revenge later, and more of a reminder of what forced him into this situation in the first place. At that moment, the skies above split, and a surging beam of light descended. Bang! It collided with the spatial barrier, and right then, it was as though the earth had been connected to the skies. The blue skies and clouds vanished, replaced by a vastness of darkness and sparkling stars. For a moment, some believed that someone had activated their natural light domain, but that was far from the case. Lionel's gaze flickered. This was part of his calculations, so he wasn't surprised about the pillar of spatial force. However, that shouldn't be what the skies looked like. It felt like Lionel didn't get a chance to finish his thoughts when an ammo-like bundle of energy suddenly shuttled through the pillar of spatial force. His eyes lit up. He knew exactly what that was. It was most definitely the world of the segmented cube. Seeing this, nothing else mattered. He knew that it had worked. Bang! The bundle of energy collided with the finger guard, and Lionel immediately stretched out a hand, causing it to shoot back toward him. The platform rumbled, a residual bit of energy that had coated the segmented cube's world fusing with it. The energy ran through the circular formation like it was rushing through a racetrack before it began to cause the runes near the edges to light up as well. At that moment, the entire world began to tremble. No matter where they were, the youths and elders of the Void Palace looked up. Some were hidden within organizations, others were running through the demon worlds, others were stuck in jail cells, and yet some others were being humiliated as slaves. However, not a single one of them didn't feel the tug. A sudden pulling sensation pulled them through as the two worlds superimposed. When the world finally calmed once more, every one of them had vanished. Chapter 16:31. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 46 seconds a.m. Chapter 16:31. Shitty old man, if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel snapped awake to the sound of whistling wind, and not long after, to the feeling of his lips trying to touch his forehead. His eyes opened wide. Damn, were his calculations off? He had definitely set it so that he would land on his feet. So how had things happened like this? Why was he falling through the skies? Wasn't this a bit too cliché? Lionel's brows furrowed. There were too many things that were odd about this, but Lionel didn't have the luxury of thinking about it. He looked to his side to find that Aina had awoken as well. At the very least, they had managed to stay side by side, likely due to the fact he had been holding on to her. Lionel took hold of Aina, ready to do something to catch her. But at that moment, the feeling of strong armor in his palm suddenly became delicate and soft skin. His expression changed a bit, but he looked to the side to find that Aina had already entered her chaos demon form. Her armor separated from her body, becoming a dancing tornado of gorgeous black feathers, and her wings appeared once more. In an instant, their positions flipped, and Aina caught Lionel, cradling him like a princess. Lionel found himself without the words to speak. He was certain that this mischievous little vixen had done this on purpose. Almost as though to confirm this, Aina couldn't even hit the ground before she started laughing. The sonorous sounds of her laughter spread over the surroundings. She couldn't help herself. Aina landed on the ground, still holding Lionel up with a wide smile on her face. She leaned down and gave him a peck on the cheek, her grin enormous. Lionel eventually laughed as well, even forgetting to check their surroundings. "You're not going to get down, princess?" Aina asked. "Why would I? I think this is actually pretty comfortable. Carry me around some more." Bang! Lionel fell to the ground and could only look up with a wronged expression. There was really no justice in this world. Lionel stood, patting his butt and looking around. This should be the Void Battlefield. How far out are we? The Void Battlefield was a large place, and the only region Lionel was familiar with was the Rapax region, and even that was just to a limited extent. Unfortunately, There was far more than just the ray packs here. From Lionel's understanding, pretty much every race of the dimensional verse had a land they controlled here. After all, this region could be considered the dividing lines between their territories, so how could they not protect what was effectively the front line? There was another reason for this as well, of course, and that was that the human domain would soon produce an eighth dimensional world. Once this happened, the layer of protection they had due to their relative weakness would be gone, and the ultimate result would likely be war. Forget it. We can deal with this later. How about we go visit Blackstar? Maybe that annoying old man will have a way to tell exactly where we've gone and how to get back. Lionel somewhat sighed a breath of relief when he thought this. Y-Star Order was definitely an annoying old man, but so long as he was being annoying, this also meant that he was giving him knowledge that he didn't have. Aina nodded in agreement, somewhat missing the little mink as well. Lionel opened his palm, and the segmented cube, for the first time in over a year, finally changed its form once again and took the shape of a cube formed of jigsaws. With a smile, he grabbed Aina's hand and entered. But what he saw when he went inside left him somewhat floored. The segmented cube had been vast before, but now it was on a completely different level. Lionel landed in a vast forest with trees as tall as several hundred meters, and so thick it would take dozens of men to wrap around it from tip to tip. What the hell? This place. It should be the garden of my residence. At least that's where I wanted to teleport to. How had things happen like this? Boo! A booming voice descended from the skies, and a familiar spirit appeared about Lionel and Aina. The old man had once again entered that ridiculously handsome form of his. He looked more like he should be walking runways and starring in movies than yelling so imposingly. Brat! Y-Star Order seemed just as taken aback to see Lionel as Lionel was to see the segmented cube. Lionel blinked, his head tilting to the side. Something about Y-Star Order seemed off. With how vast this world was, the only one who should have been able to teleport around so fast was Lionel himself, who was the owner of the cube to begin with. But somehow, Y-Star Order had just appeared here. Lionel's eyes couldn't help but narrow. At the same time, Y-Star Order's surprise turned into a malevolent grin. He finally had this brat right where he wanted him. Lionel reacted faster than Y-Star Order, using the pendant that his mother had given him to control the old bastard. But to Lionel's shock, Y-Star Order seemed completely unaffected. Haha, you little shit. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Lionel and Aina's expressions both became dark at the exact same time. This old man had always been looking for opportunities to kill Lionel, but to think that he still wouldn't have given up after all this time. Y-Star Order's presence soared, but Lionel only grinned as the old man's spirit shot toward his head. Bang! Y-Star Order was sent spiraling away. When he stabilized himself, he could only look toward Lionel with an incredulous expression. You shitty old man, my dream force comprehension has already reached the pinnacle of the seventh dimension, and so have the barriers of my mind. Plus, my soul control is at a completely different level now. You can forget about it. Y-Star Order was speechless, not knowing what to say. Lionel shook his head. I leave you for a year, and you already don't know how to act. Have some propriety as an elder. Y-Star Order's expression furrowed. A year? It's been decades. Chapter 1632. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 45 seconds a.m. Chapter 1632. The end of the phenomena? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel's expression changed when he heard this. His mind spun into overdrive, trying to think of the possibilities for why this could be. His calculations seemed to have been off from the beginning, since he was falling through the sky and even ended up lost somewhere inside the void battlefield. Could it be that this was the reason he was off? As specified previously, zones were technically points in time connecting with one another. Could it be that Lionel just connected with the wrong point? Considering the vastness of time itself, the fact that he had landed within a couple decades was already praiseworthy. It was so close that it couldn't even be considered a margin of error. After all, What was a couple decades in the face of trillions upon trillions of years? However, Lionel didn't feel like he was wrong. He had been so careful, so precise. It was simply impossible for such a thing to have happened. His confidence in himself was absolute. But everything seemed to point to the fact that he had, indeed, made a mistake somewhere. Lionel's brows furrowed further. By now, one might wonder why it is that Lionel didn't consider time dilation. After all, it was only a minority of zones that were one-to-one with real time and zone time. The vast majority had some sort of time dilation built in, even capable of halting the aging of the individuals who entered. But while Lionel had heard of many zones that sped up time in comparison to the outside world, he had never heard of any that did the reverse. In fact, they didn't exist. This was something that Lionel could say confidently now that he had read all of the basic knowledge in the Void Library. Time dilation in the reverse was impossible, so the only explanation was that Lionel's calculations had been off. I made a mistake? Lionel's frown deepened to the point even his skin tone seemed to darken. Old man, have you ever heard of zone time dilated in the reverse? Y-Star Order blinked, but eventually shook his head. Such a thing didn't exist. Lionel shook his head as well. It seemed like things were truly impossible. There really was only one explanation then. Forget it. What happened to my segmented cube? And why is it that you seemed so confident previously? Y-Star Order was about to answer, but at that moment, the shimmering appearance of an adorable little girl with a floating cloud for legs appeared. It's about time that you returned. Despite the commanding tone, one would only feel an overwhelming need to pinch this little girl's cheeks. You? I've seen you before. You were there after I left the Dimensional Cleanse trial world. The little girl rolled her eyes. Don't remind me. Back then, I could have directly entered the 7th dimension, but I actually had to waste precious energy healing you instead. Can't you be a little less useless? Never mind, never mind. Since you brought me back to the 8th dimension now, I guess I shouldn't be too hard on you. Good boy. The little girl floated over and patted Lionel on the head. Lionel blinked. The segmented cube had entered phase 6? When? Had it been over the decades he had been gone? How, though? The segmented cube needed a ridiculous amount of energy to evolve. Even spending so long in a dense mass of what must have been 9th dimensional vital star force wasn't enough for it to evolve to this level, but suddenly 2 decades was enough for it to reach this level. Something wasn't adding up. No, a lot of things weren't adding up. Don't think too hard. Your calculations weren't off. There are just certain things you're too weak about. Knowing would, quite literally, harm you. I don't mean in a figurative sense. I mean, as I said, literally. Lionel didn't know what to say to this. I am going to go and see little Black Star and little Tolly. Lionel sighed. He had left them alone for too long. The phenomena is finished, and spatial fluctuations have come to an end. They should have all returned now. An unknown voice spoke from the shadows. So my words were correct? Even if they were correct, we couldn't act on them until now anyway. I don't know how that brat did it, but he's even more troublesome than his father. Dealing with him will be as easy as flipping over a palm. His father has been on a rampage for the last 2 decades. His wife didn't appear until 11 years ago, and his son hasn't appeared until now. I told you that we should have acted when he was in the Void Palace. It wasn't worth the risk. There was a chance he could have stopped it. And what did that get you? The plan failed anyway because of his brat. The plan might have failed, but it wasn't for nothing. It's given us extra years to prepare. Now, we're already close. How do you want to deal with this matter, then? Using the Void Palace is too easy. We have too many methods. Just randomly choose one to get him kicked out of the Void Palace. By then, we can send any random agent and kill him off directly. Are we really ready to antagonize that man directly? We killed his father already, and what did he do? Pout a bit? He thought we killed his wife and son, and what did he do? Just pout some more? So what if we actually kill them this time? This is the luxury time has brought us. Although it's not advisable to fight him directly for now, we also have no need to fear him in the slightest. If he wanted to waste his time beating his head against a steel drum, let him. I really want to see what the piece of trash can do. He can just watch obediently as we kill off his family members one by one. Once a hard-headed fool, always a hard-headed fool. All right then, I have a method. It won't be too difficult at all. Get it done, but be patient about it. No need to activate any pieces. Use the most natural and inconspicuous method. No issues on this side. Chapter 1633. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 44 seconds a.m. Chapter 1633. Yip. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Yip. Yip. Lionel felt as though a boulder had slammed into his chest. He had barely stepped into the region when a familiar blur of black assaulted him. He fell to the ground. His face suffered an attack from a wet mass of pink. However, what should have been a soft tongue made Lionel feel as though layers of his face were coming off piece by piece. Lionel laughed. Little Blackstar had never licked him like this before. It seemed he had left the little guy alone for too long, only to come back and find that the little mink had become a dog instead. Lionel peeled Blackstar away from himself, holding the little mink up. He couldn't help but be surprised by what he saw. Little Blackstar had moved so fast previously that he hadn't gotten a good look, but the little mink had gone from fun size to massive. The Blackstar Lionel knew was barely over a foot long, but this Blackstar was easily 3 feet long and 3 times as thick as well. Though the not as little guy could still easily rest on his shoulders as usual, he was much larger than before. Lionel could even see a hint of maturity behind the little one's eyes, something that made him sigh. Little Blackstar was just a baby when Lionel met him, but now he was grown. Actually, if Lionel thought about it, Little Blackstar was only about as old now as he himself was. Of course, it didn't make much sense to look at things like that. After all, the lifespan of third-dimensional minks versus third-dimensional humans was easily a 10 times difference. But luckily, Little Blackstar was now well into the 6th dimension. In fact, it probably wouldn't be all that long before the little one entered the 7th. Lifespan at this level wasn't really much of a worry. In fact, for beasts, they tended to outlive humans because their bodies carried much more strength and vitality. Lionel grinned. He was honestly a bit worried. After 20 years, who knew what could have happened? Luckily, Blackstar still treated him just the same. Suddenly, Little Blackstar vanished from Lionel's hands. Before Lionel could be confused, he heard some laughter coming from his back and realized that Blackstar had actually abandoned him in search of brighter, greener, and definitely much softer pastures. Lionel rose to his feet with a smile to see Blackstar snuggling with Aina. In truth, the relationship between the two had been quite estranged. During the matters of a year ago, Blackstar had obviously stayed with Lionel. It seemed, though, that the senses of his partner were quite sharp since he flipped a switch so easily. You didn't bully Blackstar, did you? Lionel looked toward Wise Star Order. Currently, the group was still within the large forest. It was so vast that Lionel still couldn't quite wrap his head around what he was seeing. But while it was vast, it was also quite empty. The segmented cube might have nearly become a sustainable world of its own, but it didn't have the ecosystem to match it. Even the trees and vegetation were very simple. They couldn't be considered to be high-class forest herbs and were, at best, just some plants with longer lifespans and stronger bodies than normal. Bully? You should thank me. Whether it's the little mink or those other 2 kiddos, I definitely treated them well. Lionel suddenly frowned. This was actually something that he was worried about. Wise Star Order couldn't harm him now, but that didn't mean Candle and Vice couldn't. Those 2 savants had been given 2 decades to grow. Just how powerful had they grown? Seeing Lionel's expression, Wise Star Order sneered as though he couldn't wait for something. But the little girl, or rather Anastasia, as she wanted Lionel to remember, didn't let him have his fun for long. Don't worry about this one. He's just blowing his own trumpet. He only helped because there was nothing better to do in this place. For someone who's lived so long, he completely lacks patience. All he's good are little tricks, but he's too stupid to make them any good. Lionel rolled his lips over themselves when he heard this. It took everything he had not to burst out in laughter, but the amusement in his eyes was all too clear to Wise Star Order. To think that the mighty Wise Star Order would have such a day, too. Wise Star Order glared at Lionel. Just because she looks like a little girl doesn't mean she is one. She's an old mon. Wise Star Order quickly cleared his throat, feeling a glare that could ruin him. The truth was that during the event that caused the segmented cube to dislodge from its original coordinates and separate from its vessel, Wise Star Order had almost died. As for the reasons why, they had little to do with the segmented cube itself and everything to do with that event. His life was going to be snuffed out, but Anastasia felt that he was more useful alive and actually tethered his existence to the segmented cube. That action actually led to the pendant that Lionel had becoming useless, and that was the reason why Lionel couldn't make any use of it. Unfortunately, this also meant that Anastasia had absolute control over him, and his life and death was at the whims of this little girl. Knowing this, it was no wonder he was so obedient. But his hatred of Lionel had increased manifold. It was just too bad that he couldn't do anything about it. For some reason, though, neither Anastasia nor Wise Star Order seemed to have any intention of telling Lionel about these matters. So, when asked, what exactly happened that caused the segmented cube to separate from its vessel? I only woke up from coma one day, and you're all gone. Don't ask for the answers to questions you can't know the answers to. The harsh reality is that telling Lionel the truth wouldn't be too much of an issue if he was a normal person. However, Lionel was simply too intelligent. Even the most benign of clues might lead to a disaster. Anastasia wouldn't allow this to happen. Chapter 1634. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 43 seconds a.m. Chapter 1634. Candle and Vice. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. I place your metal spirit into suspended animation. 20 years of separation between yourself and your mink is one matter, but if you allowed the same to happen with your metal spirit, it would grow apart from you. Before maturity, spirits are too malleable and susceptible to their environment. If you only spent a fraction of their life with them, they would easily forget you, which makes sense since they live far longer than humans. Some even believe that spirits have no finite lifespans at all. The little one will be in the first lab. Anastasia changed the subject before Lionel could ask any questions quite clearly. It was obvious that she had no intention of allowing him to know the truth. The good news, though, was that Lionel was ecstatic to hear this news. He had actually been worrying about it. If little Tali also entered the sixth dimension while he was gone, it would already be too late to do anything, and he would have wasted billions of demon points on nothing. Someone else might have thought of abandoning little Tali at that point and simply picking up a new metal spirit, but by this point Tolliver was Lionel's partner. How could he abandon him just because? He wouldn't have the heart to do it. It wasn't long before Lionel felt that familiar feeling of little Tali rushing through his fingers. He couldn't help but have a wide grin on his face. It seemed that suspended animation state hadn't affected the little one at all, and it was just as enthusiastic. To it had been even less than a year since it had seen Lionel, but it was still far too long. Anastasia had obviously sensed this and made this decision herself. Toward this, Lionel could only be endlessly grateful. With a smile, Lionel turned to face Candle and Vice. The two of them didn't look to have aged a day, but this was to be expected. Although savants could rise through the dimensions via normal means, so long as their control over their ability index reached certain levels, they would have no problems living long lives. What did surprise Lionel, though, was that the usual shadow that loomed over them seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Candle's finicky and jittery demeanor was no longer as prominent, and Vice seemed to have stopped copying everything Candle did to hide his true intentions. Most curiously, though, or maybe it was only to be expected since only the two of them were here, they seemed very close to one another. Facing Lionel now, they clearly found comfort in each other's presence. Lionel was happy that this happened. In fact, he had hoped that something like this would happen, although he had done nothing to try and force it. He wanted the two of them to slowly pull away from the shadow their life in Dark Cloud Prison had placed them under. Even if they didn't quite trust Lionel, as he had simply vanished for 2 decades, it would still be easier to communicate with and understand them the more humanity they had. First, I want to apologize to you two. I had every intention of giving you both as much freedom as possible, but an event caused me to lose access to the segmented cube. To me, it's only been about a year and some change, but to you, it's already been 2 decades. There's already nothing I can do to fix that. However, I still that you two can. It's okay, Vice suddenly spoke. Lionel raised an internal eyebrow, but he didn't do much else other than smile when he heard this. In the past, Vice would be too busy imitating Candle to dare to interrupt Lionel when he was speaking, because Candle would be too reserved to ever think of doing so. You don't need to treat them with kid gloves, Y-Star Order said with a snort. My 2 little disciples are stronger than you can even imagine. In that case, they'll ask you two something else then. What do you want to do in life? Lionel kept looking toward them, not sparing Y-Star Order a glance. The couple looked toward one another before grabbing a hold of one another's hands. We want to help Master rebuild the Luxnix family. Vice spoke for them both. Lionel blinked before chuckling inwardly. He knew that Y-Star Order would do his own bit of brainwashing, but it seemed that his claws were sunk deep into this pair. Lionel didn't dare to refute it either. After all, if his first interaction with Candle and Vice was to question their motives, or if they were smart enough to make their own decisions, then it would completely ruin any goodwill he had in their hearts, if there was any. To them, Y-Star Order was likely like a father by now, while he was just a person who had threatened them with death and then leveraged that into controlling their abilities. The gap was far too large. However, what happened next surprised him. It was actually Candle that spoke this time. We understand that Sir Lionel is also the hope of the Luxnix family, so we will do our best to assist you. Also, Vice and I want to thank Sir Lionel for not killing us for our abilities. We know that you could have any time you wanted, but you chose to spare us. Thank you very much. Candle spoke very softly, but her words were firm and carried much more confidence than Lionel expected. It seemed that she had truly come out of her shell as well. He had simply missed too much. Lionel sent a gaze toward Y-Star Order. He hadn't expected the old man to tell them about this. Of course, Lionel could have told them himself, but something like that was hard to bring up naturally without making it sound like a threat. If they didn't learn about it naturally, it was best they didn't learn about it at all. Y-Star Order snorted. Don't look at me like that. This one made me tell them. Candle giggled, hearing her master's complaints. The mood and atmosphere felt quite homey all of a sudden. Chapter 1635. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 42 seconds a.m. Chapter 1635. Target if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again after these matters were settled, and his heart was settled. Lionel couldn't help but think about the situation of the dimensional verse, and specifically, the human domain. If he'd been gone for 20 years, too many things could have happened. Setting aside miscellaneous matters, he was most worried about Earth and his brothers. How had they been? And Earth, what dimension had it entered by now? Did it survive well without him there to battle on the front lines? What other powers were eyeing it? And if his brothers and friends were fighting those wars, had they survived? How were they faring? Lionel was itching to do something, but he forced himself to calm down. 20 years had passed already. A few seconds and even a few months wouldn't make a large difference. What had already happened, and there was no changing it. And if they had managed to survive for 20 years, he was sure that they could manage to survive for a bit longer. Currently, he was in a severely weakened state. Never mind the fact that his dream force and mind hadn't quite fully recovered just yet, there was still the matter of his king's might being reset and the fact that his metal body had been undone and no longer had divine armors to support it. Much of Lionel's strength had been stripped down, and it would be foolish of him to start rushing around without being able to consolidate what he had first. He had to take his time and first reach a bottleneck in his progression before he went out. He realized that every time he jumped into any sort of trouble, he never had any time to rest. There was no doubt that the human domain was in a large amount of turmoil right now with everything that had happened, so he couldn't afford to be casual with his life. Anastasia, I plan to do a few things before leaving. Can you monitor the situation outside? I don't want the segmented cube to end up damaged because the wrong person ran into it. Anastasia nodded. Oh, so you know how to be patient? It seems that someone finally taught you a lesson. Lionel coughed lightly. It seemed that he had traded one wise-star order for a sharp-tongued, albeit supremely adorable, Anastasia. Wise-star order finally learned how to be obedient. But at what cost? There's no need for you to worry. In Phase 6, the segmented cube's ability to shrink is even greater. No one would notice us under normal circumstances. It's good that you're deciding to take things slowly. There's nothing someone as pitifully weak as you could do anyway. Plus, you're the last to arrive anyway. Lionel frowned. Last to arrive? Anastasia's words seemed to imply that he and Ana were the last to find a method to return, but that didn't make any sense. Maybe it was because he was arrogant, but he was certain that even if everyone in the Void Palace was given a segmented cube to use as a catalyst to return home, he could probably count on his fingers how many would be able to think of the method. Could it be that there was another way to return? When you triggered the return sequence, you became the focal point of the return as you were the origin of everything. The point you stood upon was the very to make the connection, but it was also the last to disconnect. A sudden realization overtook Lionel. So he was the one that allowed others to return, but because he and Ana had been at the focal point, they were the last to return. When you were working with such long spans of time, what was ultimately a few microseconds worth of difference between when they left and when everyone else left became dilated to decades worth on the side. How unlucky. This wasn't part of Lionel's calculations either. Even if he knew it would happen, he would still need to act. But it was still a bit unfortunate. Still, this is good. If the elders of the Void Palace returned well in advance, then it likely means that the turmoil in the human domain isn't so bad. They would have come back to stabilize the situation in time. Lionel felt that this was actually good news. You can look at it like that, or Anastasia sneered. You can realize that this puts a huge target on your back. Lionel froze. He didn't need Anastasia to explain this to him at all. The moment she spoke the words, he hit him like a ton of bricks. Lionel couldn't see the core of the situation because he had been stuck in the thick of it, but from an outsider's perspective, especially given the sheer amount of time that had passed, it would have been easy to understand what was happening even if they didn't understand the methods Lionel had used. Ultimately, it would be very simple to conclude that whoever returned last once the phenomenon concluded should also be the person that had caused it all in the first place. Things would be fine under normal circumstances. After all, just statistically speaking, there would be others who came out in close proximity to Lionel. In addition, he and Ana had appeared in a completely barren location where none were here to observe their appearance. However, there were two methods of tracking Lionel. The first was his name in the Morales family Holy Land. It was less likely for there to be traitors in the Morales family, so this probably was as much of a worry. But this was where the second method came into play. The second was, of course, Lionel's badge as a Void Palace disciple. The moment he and Ana came back, others would know. Lionel didn't know much about the Void Palace in question, but what he did know was that his father had gone on a rampage in their territory, and this was even part of the reason he was a target of dissatisfaction for some factions. Obviously, Lionel, given how much he respected his father, would never say that he was in the wrong, which very likely meant that the Void Palace had deserved it. In which case, the Void Palace had traitors amongst them, and those traitors would definitely know that he was the last to return. Lionel's gaze became frighteningly cold. It seemed that he would be targeted very soon. Chapter 1636. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 41 seconds a.m. Chapter 1636. Cleanse 1. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, Lionel was already determined to prepare himself a bit first before he left, but now this was just affirmed all the more. It would be borderline idiotic for him to return now. He had to take advantage of the time where no one knew where exactly he was. While most would know that he had returned, this didn't mean that they could pinpoint his location. For now, he would just have to stay here until he was ready. He'll be busy for a while, maybe a few months, potentially less, Lionel spoke, turning to Aina. Currently, Aina held the big little black star in her arms. She didn't seem too surprised by Lionel's words. Considering his previous agitation, she had guessed that something like this was going to happen. Okay, I will wait, she said with a smile. Lionel nodded and left this place. The current segmented cube was enormous. According to Anastasia, it had a size about a quarter that of a normal-sized planet. Considering the population was not even 10, it was no wonder that it felt enormous. Right this moment, the segmented cube was like having a miniature Earth in his pocket. In fact, the only reason it hadn't begun producing treasures at the level of Earth was because Lionel hadn't been here. As such, Anastasia kept things as neutral as possible. Hearing such a thing, Lionel was actually quite surprised. Anastasia acted like someone who wanted to be in control of every tiny little detail, but it was clear that she actually wanted to defer to Lionel. Whether that was because she respected his father, or if she simply wanted to grant him this respect, or if it was something else entirely, Lionel didn't know. But what Lionel did know was that after accumulating so much force, and even evolving so many times in his absence, the segmented cube was very much ready to explode forth with its potential. So long as Lionel gave the command, he might have even more natural resources at his fingertips than Earth could provide. At the same time, though, he was quite baffled. Just what kind of treasure was this segmented cube? In the beginning, Lionel was too ignorant to the ways of the dimensional verse to understand just how valuable this treasure was. Let alone the segmented cube, everyone awed him, so it was hard to see through to the specialness of this device that followed him everywhere. But now that his scope had been broadened, he understood that there might not even be a second treasure like this in all of existence. The segmented cube was basically an entire world capable of following him around on his finger. It could produce cleansing waters, something capable of countering even anarchic force. It concentrated force to such a great degree that practicing here was easily 10 times more effective than anywhere else. And even one of its first awakened abilities was as logic-defying as suspending a living, breathing entity in time. There was simply nothing else like it, and it was shocking to an extreme. It made Lionel wonder just what its origins were. How had it ended up in the hands of the Morales family? And why was it only in the third dimension when Lionel met it, since even he could take it to the sixth dimension with relative ease? Lionel could only put these matters to the back of his mind. Right now wasn't the time to be dealing with the growth of the segmented cube and its evolution path. Rather, he had to be in tune with himself and how he would take steps forward to succeed. The first thing Lionel did was sink into a river of cleansing waters. He didn't even want to think about where this river led to and just how much cleansing waters there were in this place. It just felt ridiculous. He couldn't understand how such a valuable item could be created in such large numbers. Still, whatever thought he had vanished the moment the water touched his skin. Despite the fact it was just gently washing over him, he felt the need to release a moan, his body feeling far more comfortable than it ever had before. His pores opened up, streams of a warm energy entering his body and gently caressing him. To Lionel's shock, he felt his lineage factors react, radiating a pure aura that only seemed to become more and more perfect. He didn't know what was happening, and he almost forced the process to stop entirely. But that was when Anastasia's voice rang out. "Don't fight it. Are you trying to waste a good thing?" Anastasia shook her head. The strength of cleansing waters was entirely dependent on its dimension, as were the number of its abilities that could be unlocked. But the root of the abilities of cleansing waters was in purification. Namely, it could bring something to its most perfect state. This ability wasn't exactly healing. Rather, it was entirely related to balancing energies. If one was poisoned, it could recognize that and expel the foreign material. If one formed force crystals of a certain caliber, cleansing waters could turn them into pure force crystals. And so long as the cleansing waters were at a higher or similar level in comparison to your lineage factors, it could even cleanse them and allow them to reach their own optimal states of perfection. This final ability was something that only appeared once cleansing waters entered the 8th dimension, and it was something that Lionel was experiencing right this moment. After consuming so many force pills, Lionel's foundation had become incredibly sturdy, and there was even more potential within himself now in comparison to the past. He had initially entered the cleansing waters because, as Aina had said, these pills had impurities that needed to be dealt with. What he didn't expect was that he wouldn't find these impurities, but would rather find something far beyond them and use to him. Chapter 1637. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 40 seconds a.m., Chapter 1637. Cleanse 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Compared to the process of eating force pills, Lionel felt like he was walking on clouds. After consuming the Cobra Demon, Lionel's bronze runes had all fused into one. If he activated his metal synergy lineage factor right this moment, he would become a man of bronze from the neck down. His halo would be far more resplendent, and the crown usually tattooed to his forehead would separate, fusing with the spear crown of his spear domain lineage factor and exuding a far mightier aura. Under the effects of the cleansing waters, it felt like a final push thrummed through Lionel's blood. The bronze sheen that covered his body from the neck down slowly separated from him, peeling off from his skin and becoming a light that covered him instead. His halo grew in size, shimmering with an even more fierce bronze glow, and at the same time, the sound of sharpening metal resonated through the air. What happened outside of Lionel's body was mirrored inside. His individual organs, which would also usually be covered in bronze runes, radiated a similar glow as well, as though they were enveloped by a light of ambrosia. There were actually no changes to Lionel's starry-tailed fox and Aurora Black Panda lineage factors for unknown reasons. But there were changes to his soul. It became more resplendent and whole, growing in strength and becoming more and more independent of Lionel's body. At the same time, the Cleansed King's might that had always laid its roots within the depths of Lionel's soul also began to flourish, slowly becoming more powerful as time continued onward. Although Lionel had separated his soul from his body, it could survive indefinitely on its own like a spirituals could, or someone with Y-Star Order's ability index. At best, he could last a few hours. It couldn't be helped. He didn't have the practice methods of the spirituals. But Lionel quickly found that as his king's might grew stronger, so did his soul, and the vice versa was also just as true. It was hard to tell which was the root and which was the sprout, but what Lionel didn't know was that his king's might was only becoming purer, and the Emperor's might tablet that had managed to break free and follow him reacted very well to this change. When Lionel finally awoke, he could feel every cell inside his body tingling. Even his spear domain lineage factor had become pure, although the changes were nowhere near as exaggerated as what happened with his metal synergy lineage factor. This seemed to tell him that the spear domain lineage factor was much closer to perfection to begin with. Lionel looked down at his body, and his skin seemed to glow. His muscles were much softer and far less chiseled in comparison to the past, but this only made sense since he had completely reset his metal body. Even with this being the case, though Lionel still felt that this basic, untrained metal body was more than 100 times more powerful than it had been back when he was in the 6th dimension. The gap was simply enormous, and it would only stack further as he recultivated it back to its peak. Lionel exhaled a breath and stepped out of the river. The feeling of grass beneath his feet made him smile. He had never known that having his own personal forest could feel so good. When he returned to the Void Palace, he and Aina wouldn't have to bother with finding a place to live again. What place could possibly be better than this? Lionel smiled to himself and flipped over a palm to reveal Thila's emulation spatial force innate node. It was fairly large, at least compared to Lionel's innate node back when he snatched it back from Miguel, but it was still only about 2 thumb tips large. Lionel pulled out the innate node fusion method he had gotten from the exchange first and prepared to read it. He felt that this innate node would be a perfect candidate to replace the node in his brainstem with. So he had to be very careful and thoroughly understand the technique first. An innate node? Anastasia appeared over Lionel's shoulder, seemingly not caring that he was naked in the slightest. In fact, she had been watching the whole time. She didn't pay much attention to it in the first place. Humans, whether clothed or not, were all the same to her. "Are you sure you want to absorb that? It will cause more problems than not," Anastasia said. "I received a method of fusion from the zone we just exited," Lionel explained. "I think it was a mythological zone. It had all sorts of methods that I've never even heard of before, including a method to fuse with innate nodes that aren't your own." Anastasia's gaze flickered. "Oh, is that so? In that case, put in the river." "Huh? Put it in the river. Innate nodes can be cleansed too?" "Innate nodes are the purest state of force can reach, more than comparable to pure force crystals, but there are different calibers among them as well. Emulation spatial force is definitely a top 5 spatial force, so it's powerful and has 9-dimensional potential, but this innate node has a problem. It even feels as though it's been moved around a lot and never got the chance to properly grow, so it's missing a lot of the strength it should have for a 6-dimensional innate node of its caliber." While Anastasia didn't know about the method of innate node fusion that Lionel mentioned, when it came to forces, her comprehension of them, and how they functioned, practically no one was he equal. And this was to be expected. After all things considered, wasn't she essentially the world spirit of the segmented cube? Who could understand more of the nature of things if not her? Lionel's gaze flashed. That was right. Thela had the ability index that granted one the ability to move their nodes and nodal pathways instantly within their bodies. This allowed such a person to cast techniques instantly, without circulating their innate nodes first. To think that this ability would actually have a crippling effect on an individual with an innate node. But compared to this, it was shockingly impressive that Anastasia could see through this flaw in just a single glance. After all, she had never met Thela before. "Okay, I will do as you say then." Lionel allowed the innate node to drop into the river. He wasn't scared about losing it at all. Everything in this world was under his control. It would only take a thought for him to make it appear in his palm once again. Anastasia nodded. "It won't take long. Just focus on learning the fusion technique." Lionel assented. Chapter 1638. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 39 seconds a.m. Chapter 1638. Understanding if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The fusion technique was definitely the best that the zone had, and Lionel had spent enough demon points to make certain that this would be the case. However, even it required at least a basic affinity already existing for the fusion to be perfect. Luckily, Lionel's dream force affinity was as high as could be, and he had more than enough spatial force affinity thanks to his ethereal star force. This met the basic requirements necessary for the fusion process. Once the fusion was completed and perfect, nothing else would matter. After all, by then, the base of Lionel's spatial force affinity would thus become his new innate node. Whether or not he kept his ethereal star force would become irrelevant by that point. In addition, due to the fact his innate dream force affinity was so high, the emulation spatial force innate node would be even more powerful in his hands. Unluckily, this technique was quite painful and was quite masochistic. It made Lionel wonder if he should still risk placing it within his brainstem. But then he remembered that his soul had separated from his body. Even if he couldn't endure the pain or made a mistake that could end his life, he was just one instant recovery away from perfection. Once Lionel was confident and Anastasia gave the go-ahead, he retrieved the innate node from the river. In these last few hours, it had grown more resplendent. Its runes were far more visible than the past, shimmering with a silvery gold light, and it had grown an additional thumb tip in size, now being about an inch thick and an inch and a half long. Right now, it looked far more like a gem than it ever had before, and it gave off a feeling of absolute majesty. It even felt more weighty in his palm. Lionel brought out a stainless steel bowl from the lab and plopped the innate node inside. Then, under Anastasia's flickering gaze, he cut open his arm and began allowing it to pour inside. Lionel actually failed to cut his arm open the first time, having used too little effort. It seemed that he had underestimated his body despite the fact his metal body could currently be considered to be third-dimensional. With a second effort, he used his spear and opened up an enormous gash. With every flex of his arm, another huge wave of blood was pushed out, but even after several liters had come out, he didn't seem satisfied. Luckily, the recovery abilities of his body were astounding. He was more than capable of continuing on for a while. After the first 10 liters were drawn, Lionel stopped. He placed uninjured arm over the bowl, and his eyes flashed. Within his dream world, the manifestation of a complex force art was created, and Lionel flooded it with both dream force and spatial force. The complex force art split into two layers, one rotating clockwise and the other counter. As they did so, the blood in the bowl began to shrink at a visible speed, becoming lesser and lesser until all that was left was a familiar innate node, which flashed with a crimson light before going back to normal. As though he wouldn't stop until he dropped dead, Lionel repeated this baptizing by blood ritual dozens more times. He wasn't meant to stop until he felt a resonance with the innate node, a certain connection with it that transcended just a physical connection. This took more attempts than Lionel thought. He had originally assumed that 3 would be enough, but even after 20 attempts and a face as pale as clouds, he still didn't get the result that he wanted. He could feel the connection after the third attempt, but something just felt like it was missing, and he kept chasing after it. Anastasia couldn't help but shake her head. This father-son pair were really a duo of demons. Both forgot about everything else when they suddenly set their mind to something. A Morales was a purpose was a fearsome thing indeed. After almost 40 attempts, it finally clicked for Lionel. That's what I was missing. How do I fix this? Lionel's eyes suddenly lit up. At first he thought that maybe there was no such thing as a perfect fusion method, but then it hit him. Spirituals were a race born as souls. They built their bodies later. So why was it that wise Star Order said there was a genius among them with 9 and 8 nodes? Was it possible that this genius snatched it from others? Or was it that the capacity to form innate nodes was so deep to begin with? This fusion technique seemed perfect to people who hadn't sensed their souls yet, which made sense since the region of his own Lionel had been ruled by humans just like himself. However, for those that had sensed their souls like Lionel, it would always feel as though something was missing. Lionel had already given this innate node more than enough of his blood. To this technique specification, he had already completed the first step perfectly and was ready to continue. However, Lionel knew that it was missing something. I got it. Lionel's aura changed, and a rippling violet fog formed around him. With a surging momentum, he formed the duo of spinning force arts again. But this time, when he flooded the bowl with his blood, he infused it with a large amount of soul force, dream force, and king's might. It took several attempts, but Lionel was patient to an extreme. He didn't allow anything to distract him, and he almost became sagely in that way. Finally, on the 121st attempt, Lionel felt a ringing sound through his soul. Lionel's comprehension of spatial force was probably the deepest out of all of his forces. To regain the segmented cube, he had put a lot of effort into research and meditation on it. However, in the past, his affinity for the Force could only be considered to be average in part thanks to his first divine armor, which uses spatial force as its core. But now, Lionel suddenly felt like the spatial force of the world was whispering into his ears, wanting to tell him all of its secrets. Somehow, the feeling was even more overwhelming than what he felt from Fire Force, a force he was entirely unmatched in. That was when it sank in for Lionel, and it felt ironic to him that it had taken so long for it to click, especially considering his usual disposition. He was a person who didn't like to rely on instinct, so why had he been relying on it all this time? When had he ever put in the effort to truly understand his dream force? What about Fire Force? Or his Scarlet Star Force? Didn't he just always rely on his innate talent for it? And now, suddenly, Spatial Force had shot by them all in the blink of an eye, becoming his strongest force. And yet, he hadn't even fused with the innate node yet. He had only formed a connection with it. I was right. Lionel thought to himself. If I manage to grasp Grandpa's music and painting skills, I can step past it and use the method that I wanted all along, force arts. Wasn't it force arts and the study of them that allowed me to understand spatial force so intimately? So why shouldn't I do the same with the others? This will be my path to grasping the pinnacle of force manipulation. Lionel's eyes glowed, and then he did something that nearly made Anastasia scream out, commanding little Tali to turn into a thin and sharp thread. He took control of his metal spirit to pierce it into the back of his skull. There wasn't even a drop of blood that leaked out, but Anastasia was caught between wanting to roar out in horror and curse Lionel into an early grave. Chapter 1639. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 38 seconds a.m., Chapter 1639. Find now if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. If Lionel hadn't managed to separate his soul from his body, he would have never taken this approach. The first part of fusion technique wasn't even the most masochistic part about it. What was truly the most sadistic part of this technique's creator's intentions was what came next. After the connection was formed with the innate node, it was necessary to graft the innate node into your body. But in order to succeed, it required a special process which was akin to branding your own body. But this branding would have to be from the inside, and rather than using fire, it required blades. Only by purposely scarring oneself would the fusion be perfect. Essentially, Lionel had to cut into his own brainstem. The pattern of these cuts had to match with two force arts he used to refine his blood with. The more sensitive the region, the more difficult it would be to succeed, but this was the price to pay for success. This was why, under normal conditions, Lionel would never dare to do this. At worst, he would just choose a less optimal region for this innate node, or he might even choose not to use it at all. But now he didn't hesitate. Lionel not only didn't hesitate, but he also executed it all in one go. He chose a needling technique to form the force art. In order to complete it, little Tali formed thousands of small needles at once, each of which was lined up perfectly to complete the force art. Lionel's body shuddered, but he maintained his sanity. He used dream sense to spread the pain out as much as possible, but even so, he still felt like he was on the verge of dying, his body refusing to listen to him. The brainstem was far too important to the function of the body. Even when Lionel had initially formed his node within it, he had to rewire the cell connections first before he could make space. This time, however, he simply directly damaged it, and lethally so. It was no wonder his body was shutting down. That said, he had already expected this much to happen, and he was ready. Rather than using his nerves to control his body, he let his soul take over. With a movement, he picked up the glowing innate node and pressed it to the flowing back at the back of his head. His body trembled. In the end, he was forced to use little Tali to continue to apply pressure. The difference between this method and others was that other processes required cutting open wounds and hoping the innate node fused with you. However, with this method, although Lionel cut into his body, it wasn't to allow the innate node space to enter. Instead, this process would only succeed when the innate node sank into his skin, becoming a legitimate part of his body. Through this method, the innate node would become like something your body constructed. And, much like Lionel's other innate nodes, if he was ever to be eaten again, it would automatically become a central part of his innate recovery. Lionel collapsed, his body convulsing. The damage to his nerves made it impossible for him to control his body properly, and the pain was horrible. However, Lionel had already experienced being eaten alive. Every excruciating bite and chew was ingrained into his very memory. He would never forget those moments. Compared to that, what was this or any other pain worth for that matter? The hours ticked by, and the innate node slowly fused into Lionel's skin. After an entire day, it finally vanished beneath his skin and began to jockey for its final position. Anastasia had been shaking her head the entire time. She wanted to scream and berate, but she was somewhat afraid of interrupting the response. What would she do if this fool really died? Luckily, about halfway through the second day, Lionel's body twitched, and he began to slowly recover control of his body. Step by step, his nerves reconnected, and the wound to the back of his head also began to slowly close. Lionel opened his eyes, his breathing heavy and his face pale. It seemed that he was a glutton for punishment. Years ago, he would have never dreamed of doing something like this to himself. He still remembered how he almost gave up when opening just the first tier of his metal synergy bloodline, but now he was puncturing holes into his brain as though it was normal. He shook his head, laughing to himself. Well, I'm glad that you can laugh, but that was not funny at all. Are you incapable of giving a warning? You and your father are just the same, refusing to explain everything, always doing crazy things, never putting anyone in your eyes. Did you know that if this goddess were to reveal her true strength to the outside world, that tycoons of even the ninth dimension would fight tooth and nail for me? But you can't even bother to give a word of explanation. If I had my way, Anastasia released a rant that she had been holding in for hours already, the moment she noticed that Lionel would probably be just fine. She was very clearly much infuriated. She would have directly beat Lionel up if she could. Lionel laughed. It's fine now, isn't it? I had to do things like this. If I thought about it too much, I might have chickened out. Don't interrupt me, boy. I'm not finished with you yet. And what were you even thinking of forming your first node in your brainstem to begin with? Did you have a death wish back then, too? I don't think I've even ever met anyone outside of you and your father that would do such a thing. Foolish, foolish, foolish. Each one is more annoying than the last. Simply ridiculous. Lionel smiled, but allowed Anastasia to continue throwing her temper tantrum. As for himself, he had already focused on these changes. Chapter 1640. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 37 seconds a.m., Chapter 1640. Theoretically, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Lionel turned his internal sight into his body, observing the changes to his brain. This was the first time he had felt the ability to project dream force out of his body. Even though his starry spirit domain existed, it was ultimately still using something internal as a medium, and it wasn't quite the same. Lionel reached out a hand and tried to use it, and it almost felt magical. He formed a clone of himself almost immediately, and it really felt like he was looking right into a mirror. If Thela had still been alive to see such a thing, she would have likely been shocked into silence. She had already lost count of how much effort it took her to make a realistic clone of herself, but it seemed to be all too easy for Lionel. The root of emulation spatial force was in using spatial force to affect the environment and dream force to mask the spatial force. Essentially, the main characteristic was spatial force and its manipulation and control. Dream force was only considered to be a proxy. In fact, even now, Lionel felt that there was a certain limiter on him. He had much more dream force to use than this, but there was a bottleneck of sorts stopping him from pouring out all of the dream force he could. I see. My output of dream force would always be limited by how much spatial force I can output, since the two come in a package. My amount of dream force is great, but my amount of spatial force is lesser in comparison. However, if Lionel allowed his emulation spatial force to surge out of his new innate node, it flooded his body, filling his other nodes and nodal pathways. Suddenly, since he wasn't pulling emulation spatial force from the environment, the amount of spatial force Lionel had skyrocketed. A second clone formed, then 4, then 8. Eventually, there were hundreds standing all around and exuding an aura almost identical to Lionel, and with a slight tweak, they were identical. Hundreds of naked Lionels standing in the midst of a forest was quite the sight to see. Anastasia could easily see through them, but that was due to her sensitivity in force to begin with. Lionel and his clones all reached out at once, causing a spear to appear in their hands. This spear didn't feel entirely perfect at first, but as Lionel played around and tweaked it, it too became more perfect. The most shocking part of all of this was that Lionel wasn't using his Starry Spirit domain. It was safe to say that if he did use it, all of this would only become more perfect. I wonder if I can. Lionel tried shifting positions with one of his clones like Thela had. This was an incredibly useful ability, and it would make him almost invincible in battle. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to touch the hem of his clothing if he could accomplish this. Not only was he able to create far more clones at once in comparison to Thela, but his Dreamforce affinity was so far above most individuals that it would be hard to find someone who could see through his clones like he had Thela's in the first place. Lionel shifted, but his target clone vanished. In addition, his hundreds of other clones wavered, making it quite obvious which one was real and where the fakes were. Even worse, Lionel felt that he could only target clones a meter or two from him at best. This much wasn't too bad and could still be considered to be useful, but the fact his other clones almost vanished when he did so made it practically useless. Lionel frowned and tried again and then again. He even tried lowering the number of clones, wondering if he actually hadn't seen Thela's limit, but it was rather her choice to maintain mobility. However, even that didn't work. Lionel's frown deepened. Could it be? What are you doing? Emulation spatial force can't be used like that, or at the very least, it's not as good as other spatial forces in doing so. Just the same way, not all water forces can freeze things, not all spatial forces are designed for movement. Emulation spatial force is a spatial force that is good at solidifying and giving birth to form and function. When matched with dream force, it can basically become anything. Everything, no matter what it is, has some effect on the space in its surroundings, and emulation spatial force uses this to create a replica. At its highest forms, it can even be indistinguishable for the original. Even if one has a high enough dream force affinity to tell the difference, it won't really matter because there will be functionally no difference at all. If you wanted to teleport on a whim, this isn't the force innate node you should have chosen. Although Lionel already understood all of this, he didn't interrupt Anastasia. Instead, he waited until she was done and explained his reasoning. When Anastasia heard of Thela and how she used the innate node, her own expression flickered, her gaze dancing with a peculiar light. Theoretically, it's possible, but this person has a far higher understanding and control of their force than you do. Lionel started. Do you know about force manipulation, Anastasia? Force manipulation? Anastasia raised an eyebrow, but when she listened to Lionel's words, her confusion vanished as she became more and more solemn. I see, so that's what it is. I didn't expect that there would be such a systematic method. For what you say, it sounds like this world has a method of drilling this comprehension into its use, and they can take this into adulthood. I've sensed the existence of such a thing before, but I've never consciously thought about it. It's that damned brat Velasco again. He never explains anything. He better not let me get my hands on him. Chapter 1641. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 36 seconds a.m., Chapter 1641. Anastasia's understanding if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel blinked and waited for Anastasia to finish another tirade before he could finally start asking the questions he wanted. Luckily, Anastasia was very forthcoming. If I research it properly, I'm sure I can come up with some methods, but it will take time, and it's honestly probably best if you think of it yourself. From my understanding, force should be seen as a living, breathing entity, even if it isn't one. How one chooses to manipulate it, even if the path ends up being the same, should be individual. For example, think of walking or running or throwing. These are things everyone can do and everyone does, but do two people ever do them exactly the same? Even if there are some mechanics that are more efficient than others, Even for those that have reached the pinnacle, they wouldn't do it exactly the same, and there would even be some that shatter the mold. Force should be the same. Ultimately, the most powerful force is the one that comes from you or works well with you. If you take guidance from others on how to tap into this, it'll never truly be your own. That said, I think that I can give you some guidance. From what I understand, force can be divided in a certain grade from their inception, and it's difficult for these forces to break out from their mold. But it isn't easy. Just like the example of running before, even someone who isn't gifted in running can still squeeze out more of their potential given time and effort. Lionel nodded slowly. This was like the rubber band example again. It seemed that Anastasia agreed with this sentiment. However, I would say that forces have far greater potential for increased strength. Whereas an untalented runner could never outclass a world-class long-distance runner or sprinter, no matter how hard they trained, a force can because they ultimately have the same root. Lionel's brows jumped. Now this was new. He had never heard of forces having the same root before, but this did make sense. Ultimately, wasn't it all just energy? Even though the scope of a third-dimensional world was limited, there were many teachings of Earth that Lionel still held onto even now, and this was one of them. Energy could be transferred and changed, but it couldn't be destroyed. This should be true of force as well. There was a reason there were force crystals and pure force crystals. The natural state of force was to be together. And then there was neutral force, which was inherently an amalgamation of all force. Everything had the same root. If I'm correct, when forces break past certain limits, this should be the force manipulation you're talking about. And upon breaking those limits, forces begin to display strengths that they didn't originally have, even capable of crushing forces above them in strength. Theoretically, this kind of force, or a force that has broken its limits, should be the true root of the separation of dimensions. When a force that has broken through more limits meets one that hasn't broken through any, or even one that has fewer limits broken, it can directly suppress it. This will manifest as a higher dimensional being meeting a lower dimensional one and crushing them. Lionel nodded slowly. He had experienced this personally. Whether it was his speed of thought, his dream force, or his Scarlet Star force, all things that he had supreme confidence in, they had all been crushed in the face of Thela and the Cobra Demon. The Cobra Demon was an especially good example because their water force was relatively weak in its most basic form. And yet, it had easily been able to block and crush Lionel's Scarlet Star force with relative ease. If not for it making the mistake of eating Lionel, or if it had a method of sensing and attacking Lionel's soul directly, Lionel would have most definitely lost that battle. But luckily, the awakening of his soul allowed him to break free of the suppression his mind had been under, and his dream force finally began to work normally once again. But even then, Lionel's Scarlet Star force had been useless against the Cobra Demon until Lionel took advantage of an opening to deal it an even more severe injury. The gap between a force that had broken its limits and one that hadn't was simply far too large. Lionel fell into his own thoughts for a moment before he nodded. All right, Anastasia, can you still start working on the generic method? I have tons of force mantras here. Lionel waved a hand and caused the dozens of basic force mantras he had taken to appear, and I think that they could be of some help to you. It'll forge my own path, but it will still be good to have a generic method that others can use. It'll help my faction to grow stronger. Also, if the feeling isn't obvious, I'd also like to know when I have a breakthrough so I know if I'm headed in the right direction or not. Anastasia's eyes lit up when she saw the booklets and quickly caused them to shoot up from the ground and hover around her. She didn't even bother to respond to Lionel. She was already entirely focused on what was before her, even oh-ohing and ah-ing from time to time. Lionel chuckled and didn't mind it. Soon, he had re-entered a state of absolute focus. My spatial force comprehension is well beyond that of my others, but I haven't taken the time to understand emulation spatial force in specific. The kind of understanding I have about spatial force right now is heavily biased toward movement-type spatial forces with a hint about storage type, which might potentially be applicable. Anastasia is right. Emulation spatial force is more about stacking space, giving it form, using it to attack and to defend. Movement is at the bottom of its list of capabilities. And if I want to use it like Thela did, they'll have to invest time into researching spatial force in this sort of lane. But for now, there are more important things. Once I finish reconstructing my metal body and my divine armors, we will walk down that road. Lionel smiled. It's been too long since we've crafted together. HM buddy? Asterisk bloop, asterisk little Tolly rushed around Lionel's fingers and armors like a flashy silver snake. The little guy's excitement was at an all-time high. Chapter 1642, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 35 seconds a.m., Chapter 1642. Settled if audio player doesn't work? Press stop, then play button, and again, Lionel restarted from the very beginning, using herb or to build up his foundation, just like he had from the very beginning. However, the herb he used this time couldn't be compared to the last in the slightest, and that was because he tempered this herb with cleansing waters first. Much like with force crystals, the essence of herb, or ores in general for that matter, could be segregated into pure and impure. Lionel hadn't been aware of this the first time he began his journey in cultivating metal body. But after seeing the effects the cleansing waters had on his new innate node, he easily extrapolated these matters toward other potential applications. He found that after using cleansing waters, the amount of essence one needed for an ore to be considered whole dropped by as much as half. This meant that an ore tempered by cleansing waters could produce the same effects with less volume used. This was a huge discovery. If Lionel had known this ahead of time, of the billions he had spent purely on resources in the exchange, he could have put much of it toward other resources. It was already too late to change this, but all was not hopeless. After all, if Lionel looked at things from a glass-half-full perspective, then this meant that about half the resources he had were suddenly freed up. He could still use these to exchange for more wealth, or better yet, put them toward more crafts. Now that Lionel had returned to the human domain, he was extremely wealthy. It had to be remembered that his mother had left billions worth of herb for him. His wealth was comparable to most seventh-dimensional individuals, and even dwarfed a good majority of them if he really thought about it. But when building a faction, one couldn't have too much money. There was simply no such thing. As Lionel absorbed the cleansed herb, his body was filled with a unique feeling. It felt almost as though energies were softly massaging every inch of him, gently caressing the contours of his figure. It was an elevating sort of experience. The energies flowed smoother, and Lionel's pores seemed to sing. He already would face no bottlenecks up to the sixth dimension, but he suddenly realized that he would hardly face them in general if he always used cleansed ores like this. It wasn't long before Lionel's body reached absolute perfection in the third dimension. Despite the fact he had used pure herb, Lionel actually absorbed much more now than he had in the past. In fact, the gap wasn't just a few kilograms. The amount he needed was truly astronomical. In the past, due to his metal body barely breaking into the fourth dimension, Lionel had been able to battle well above his dimension. Of course, his enemies back then had also been mediocre talents, but the sentiment was still true. Now, his current Metal Bodis foundation was even more exaggerated, and there was a difference of at least 100 times. With such a gap, even if he was facing the premier talents of the human domain back then, his battle prowess would be just as impressive. Lionel smoothly entered the fourth dimension, the smooth edges of his body becoming rougher and more defined. However, even with this being the case, he maintained his flexibility, and he didn't feel that his body had gotten heavier. Metal synergy was considered to be the best defensive lineage of the human domain, being it lacked the usual weaknesses. That said, it was more accurate to say that these weaknesses were instead less prevalent rather than being eliminated entirely. Lionel had still experienced his body becoming exceptionally heavy in the past, and he had to practice flexibility techniques to ensure that he didn't become too stiff in his movements. But now, these problems seemed like a thing of the past. The pliability of his body didn't change in the slightest. In fact, because he had just reconstructed his body after being eaten alive, he had the range of movements and flexibility of a newborn. There was no tension in his body whatsoever. As for his weight, he felt like his gravity domain had become so much more refined. Rather than applying it to his surroundings, he could apply it to individual portions of his body, making his punches as heavy as a moon if he so wished it. The gravity domain of his lineage factor was one that Lionel used rarely, honestly because he had too many abilities to choose from. It wasn't often powerful enough that the use was worthwhile, especially since Lionel spent so much of his time fighting individuals so much more powerful than himself. Now, however, he felt that it had the potential to become far more of a staple to his battle prowess. His control had reached the point where he could even apply it individually, making his spear as heavy as a mountain or his arrows more piercing than an enemy could contend with. After Lionel was finished calmly analyzing the changes to himself, he waved a hand and caused the next stage of tempered ores to rise out from the river. The ores formed into two even piles and would be the foundation of his fourth-dimensional metal body. As expected, they fell into two piles, one for water force and the other for life force. There were two kinds of water force ores that Lionel had chosen. One emphasized the defenses of water force, and the other emphasized the heaviness of water force. Void Star Force was a water force known for its defenses, but the method by which it did so was also important. There was a reason it was named Void Star Force, and that was because when manifested, the force was akin to a black hole. Not only did it have a huge amount of density, nothing could make it past it, swallowing everything in its vicinity whole. Thus, Lionel wanted high affinities for water forces with high absorption capabilities and density. Thus, he settled on these two categories. Chapter 1643, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 34 seconds a.m., Chapter 1643. More than enough if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Lionel took a similar approach for Vital Star Force. Vital Star Force could be considered to be a type of life force, but it was also very strict and defined in its usage. It focused mainly on vitality. In this way, it was very similar to Blood Force, but it had its differences as well. For example, Vital Star Force was also very heavy as it was primarily a star force as opposed to a life force. These sort of subtle differences seemed unimportant, but it was exactly what separated those who could fully grasp their forces between those who were both lost and weak. Lionel felt that if he had to grasp Vital Star Force in the future, it would be incredibly important for him to understand these small differences. In his current understanding, Blood Force was a vessel for another power source, while Vital Star Force was the power source. The latter was like a nuclear reactor, bursting with potential and producing a constant, large stream of power, while the former, Blood Force, was a gentle stream and focused on longevity. Lionel understood that this understanding was incredibly limited and could only be considered to be rudimentary, but it was more than enough to lay a foundation for where he would go in the future. As such, he likewise chose two categories of life force. One focused on burst energy, giving one a second wind, one the brink of death. The other a constant power source, pumping one full of energy over a long and continuous time. For Lionel's water forces, he chose Mud, or to stand in as his heavy water force, and Wave, or to be his defensive water force. Mud, or didn't sound very appetizing, but Lionel didn't care about this. He only chose it for its abilities. Mud, or was known to be sticky, persistent, and resilient. It was actually a rare domain type, or which could cause changes even to the environment itself. Wave, or was one known to be the core of many top-tier black-grade water force defensive treasures. It was able to face an attack and erode it in continuous waves. Although it wasn't initially powerful, it was likewise persistent. By the time it reached the person the attack had targeted, the attack might not even have 10% of its original strength. Once again, this was also a domain-type Oregon. As for his life forces, Lionel chose two vein-type ores. The first embodied bursting life force. This, or was known as second wind Oregon. It was usually designed to be the vein pattern of a pendant-type treasure. According to usual crafting practices, this or would be surrounded by another or of a specific element. Once the pendant was activated, the treasure would shatter and immediately convert the whole of the element that surrounded it into power for the user. This was essentially like storing a second body of force within yourself. However, Lionel obviously wouldn't be able to use this ability when he absorbed the Oregon. What he wanted was the underlying mechanism of this ability. In order to work, this or had to be able to quickly turn any kind of force into usable energy for a battle without a long process of adaptation. What this essentially meant was that it was a catalyst that was compatible when any body that it was attached to. This ability was the purest kind of life force there was. The words Anastasia had spoken had truly resonated with Lionel. She had equated comprehending a force to being like running. The way Lionel interpreted that was to mean that the action of using force was no different from any physical action you might take. Lionel had always seen force to be a separate part of himself, something that he pulled from the environment to use temporality. But Second Wind, or was able to use its life force characteristics to take any force and make it part of you immediately. What did this mean? It meant that it could very well be that the foundation of life force itself was this ability to make force a part of a person. And maybe life force, since it represented life itself, was precisely the force that connected humans like Lionel to all other forces as well. When Lionel looked at things like this, he felt like he grasped exactly what the core of Vital Star Force was. Maybe Vital Star Force was just able to take the most vibrant energy source there was in the whole of existence, the star, and catalyze it into power usable directly by the body. When Lionel grasped this, there were already changes to his stars. In fact, right this moment, his 3 vital stars formed their complete 3rd and 4th dimensional star runes in one go. Lionel smiled, feeling that he was on the right track. So, rightfully, his second life force, or was one that didn't convert energies, but rather provided a large amount of energy. This, or was known as Longevity Jade, Oregon Longevity Jade, or was considered to be both a vein type and domain type Oregon. In addition, it was a lot like Herb, or in that there were multiple stages of this, or all the way up the dimensions. Lionel planned to fill himself to the brim with this, or at every single stage. He would follow this formula for every step of the way. Longevity Jade, or would stay the very same, and the others would change, but the balance he would have would be unmatched. The end result would be a body that was both almost impossible to injure, and one in which, even if it were to be injured, had a healing factor that would reach an incomprehensible level. Lionel quickly made his way through the 4th dimension, his body radiating a delicate glow with every step forward he took. He also required much more than he had in the past to reach saturation at these stages as well, but he had long since been prepared for this, trading for more than enough. Chapter 1644. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 33 seconds a.m., Chapter 1644. Condense if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel absorbed a final bit of mercury, or heavy waves of silvery light wafting off from him. His presence alone seemed to make the surrounding air heavier. He opened his eyes, exhaling a breath. He had just reached the very limits of his Tier 1 6th dimensional metal body. Of course, in doing so, he had opened the next set of gates in his metal synergy lineage factor and had, as such, stepped into the 6th dimension with his body, allowing his strength to undergo a qualitative change. Lionel didn't bask in his own glory for much longer. Although he felt that he was particularly powerful left, he was still focused on other things. With his metal body complete, he now needed to create 3 sets of divine armors. The first 2 would replace the 2 that he had lost, and the final one would become his 6th dimensional armor. Lionel had already decided to sync his metal body and divine armor. This would bring out the most of his strength. And this also meant that he had to lean upon the same path he had chosen to take, which meant water force and life force. Lionel believed that his path of water force was just fine. In fact, he even planned on using the exact same, or as he had used to form his metal body on it. However, he wanted to do something different with his life force. Ultimately, his divine armor was meant to be a tool of battle. Lionel didn't want it to be too focused on support and not have enough attacking prowess. So Lionel wanted an armor that could maximize defenses, yes, but he wanted the life force aspects to boost his strength rather than just his vitality. Luckily, he had the perfect framework to make this work, and that was to rely on star fusion. He wanted his armor to be able to accumulate and use a huge burst of energy all at once, qualitatively boosting all of his other abilities at once. This meant that he needed a life force, not just capable of allowing its user to make use of and connect to other forces, but a life force also capable of reversing this connection and allowing such forces to flourish by virtue of its connection to it. Vital Star Force was one of the best examples of this, but Vital Star Force was a fusion of forces that worked on just one kind of force, Star Force. In addition, Vital Star Force was far too high level of a force to be found and used in divine armors at lower dimensions. Although Lionel's metal body was now in the 6th dimension, his divine armor technique worked exactly the same as his metal body technique. Although they could synergize, one had to build it from the ground up. That said, Lionel already had a solution for this. For the 4th dimension, he picked in, or called Surging Tide, Oregon. For the 5th dimension, he picked in, or called Instant Resonance, Oregon. And for the 6th dimension, he chose an or known as Central Pillar, Oregon. All of these ores had different names, but they all had one main ability, and that was to bolster other forces, albeit to varying degrees. In addition, they all used life force as a basis, working beautifully with other Oregon. Each and every one of them was a foundational type, or just like herb ore, and they functioned as such. In the past, Lionel could only pick one central or to build his divine armors around. However, now his scope was on a completely different level. He planned to forge all of his armors to the life grade. When they were complete, they would be considered to be one whole. As such, the evolution would thus be effective on the entire armor instead of just a portion of it. This meant that Lionel's 4th dimensional divine armor wouldn't just be quasi-5th dimensional. It would truly be 5th dimensional. And this likewise meant that his 6th dimensional divine armor would be truly 7th dimensional. Lionel got to work immediately, delicately refining each one of his blueprints. Before he even began on the first one, he formed all 3 blueprints first. Lionel's aspirations were actually beyond just forming life-grade divine armors. He wanted his armors to resonate with each other, borrowing strength from each predecessor. Lionel had realized that after he formed his 2nd divine armor, because they didn't follow the exact same path, their resonance wasn't perfect, and they couldn't borrow strength from one another. The result of this was his 1st divine armor becoming almost meaningless. After making a mistake once, Lionel definitely wouldn't make it again. If he did this properly, all 3 divine armors would practically become like one entity, exuding far greater strength. When Lionel was finished with the blueprints, he got to work immediately. Maybe in the history of the human domain, there had never been a mere 4th dimensional or black grade treasure constructed with so many parts. Lionel remembered that his 1st divine armor was barely a few dozen parts, but now this one was easily into the hundreds, and it would only grow more complex. However, his state of focus was so deep that he didn't even seem to notice. His movements only became faster and faster with every passing moment, a dense, auspicious air hanging over him. His force quill danced in one hand, his other hand dancing with an impossible speed in the air. He formed each individual part with conviction. If there was even the slightest mistake, he threw it away and restarted. In the end, he even finally deployed his starry spirit domain, blanketing the region with his dream world. His connection with little Tali grew even stronger, and his pace touched upon a greater level. A smile graced his features. It had been too long since he felt this feeling. Crafting truly made him feel at home. Nothing would escape his control. Condense. Chapter 1645. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 32 seconds a.m. Chapter 1645. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again Lionel punched out, his action being followed by a sharp whistling sound. He could feel the wind stacking up against knuckles, his punching speed too fast for the particles to get out of the way any faster. If he pushed just a measure faster, he was certain that he'd be able to shatter the sound barrier, a feat that would be shocking considering the fact that this was an eighth-dimensional world. With a thought, a clone of Lionel appeared. However, the original Lionel didn't use it immediately. Instead, he continued filling it to the brim with solid spatial force, making it harder and more robust. Then, without moving an inch, Lionel allowed the clone punch him with all the force it could muster. Bang! The sound reached Lionel long after the punch landed on his chest. Vicious winds kicked up, and his hair was sent flying backward with such force that it even looked as though it wanted to rip away from his scalp. As usual, Lionel's hair grew a great deal after practicing his metal body, but even so, he had long since cut it down a size once more. Even still, the effects were so exaggerated. However, Lionel didn't move a single inch. The source of this content is N0V//Elbin. Nady's skin seemed to ripple with a formless energy and with a bang. The clone he had taken so long to form shattered into pieces before his eyes, unable to withstand the strike at all. Lionel nodded lightly to himself. When he took so much time and effort to build a clone, its strength wasn't something that could be casually dealt with. In fact, it was probably much stronger than his previous self. And yet, it couldn't even withstand hitting Lionel with a full-powered blow. The current Lionel's defenses could not only be defensive, but they had a certain offensive quality to them as well, taking Candle's ability as inspiration. Candle had the ability to form mirrors that could both reflect and multiply attacks she faced. She was a terrible headache to face, and Lionel had only defeated her originally by outsmarting her. Considering how many decades of training she had under Anastasia and Y-Star Order, it was doubtful that he would be able to replicate this feat without quite some effort on his part. Of course, Lionel's abilities weren't so exaggerated. He could only reflect a portion of an enemy's strike, relying solely on the abilities of his body. But this was where the beauty of his Tier 4 Controllability Index came into play. Using the flexibility of his newly constructed body and his absolute control over every aspect himself, even does to the individual cells. Using this control, Lionel could take advantage of his metal bodice innately water-like characteristics to redirect the flow of energy that collided with him and use it to empower him. In homage to Candle, he called this ability Dream Mirror. Essentially, Dream Mirror used his bronze runes, or what might more accurately be called his bronze aura, to redirect the force he experienced. Like this, he was able to replicate Candle's ability within range of his bronze aura almost perfectly. Unfortunately, the key word was almost. While Candle could accomplish this feat with almost any force or attack, Lionel could only do so with physical attacks. In addition, said physical attacks had to be blunt as his effectiveness against piercing attacks lessened drastically. Of course, there was good news as well. With Lionel's current bodily defenses, even attacks that could technically be classified as piercing would still be ultimately blunt in his eyes. If one didn't have the strength to pierce through his defenses, there was really no difference between a sword blade and a punch. They were all the same. In addition, although he could redirect and multiply the strength of forces like he could physical attacks, he could still convert whatever impact they had against him into a physical output, so long as they also couldn't break his defenses. After reaching this state, Lionel returned to his calm. By now, his naked body exuded a perpetual bronzed glow. It made others feel as though he was wreathed in a halo constantly, like he was separate from the normal world of humans. When matched with his vascular physique and his hair, which also seemed to exude its own pale violet light, he looked to be far more like a spiritual than a human. Lionel flipped his palm over, and a familiar, gorgeous spear appeared. It had a bright, golden, harpoon-like, single-sided blade and a radiant white body covered in hexagonal scales. No matter how one looked at it, it looked far more like a work of art than a weapon of war. The faint sound of dancing and sharpening blades resounded around Lionel as he closed his eyes, focusing on the movements of his spear. Due to his time in the zone, Lionel had had an opportunity to learn a lot more about resonance and its potential applications. As that experience accumulated, there was a subtle feeling tugging him toward a certain direction. Listening to and feeling the resonance of spear force had become a method to increasing his strength by leaps and bounds. Even though Lionel hadn't stepped into the sixth dimension with his spear force, after mastering poetry and calligraphy, his spear force had strength by huge leaps. So, wouldn't the same happen if he applied music and painting as well? However, had he truly mastered it? He felt like could always create more powerful lines, more powerful words to give wings to the feelings in his heart. It didn't even feel like these words had to be particularly tyrannical or that they had to continuously one-up each other. That feeling in his chest, those emotions he wanted to embody, they all felt like they were the most important. What was that image his uncle had been trying to draw before he ran out of energy and stopped in dissatisfaction? Wasn't it just a simple spear? There was nothing grandiose or oppressive about it. The difference was in what his uncle wanted that spear to embody. That was where the strength lay. Chapter 1646. Published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 31 seconds a.m. Chapter 1646. Waitlist if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. By this point, Lionel's life force affinity had reached an unprecedented level, at least in comparison to his former self. This allowed him to see through things he hadn't been able to in the past, and he had even come to understand just where Aina's instincts came from. Life force was the core of it all, the root from which the connection to all things was formed. Lionel wasn't the kind of person who liked to rely on instincts. He wanted to truly understand something before he could apply it. This was the way he liked to work, and it was also part of the reason that he was so powerful now. While one might say that he could be more powerful if he simply entirely relied on his talent, was this really the case? If not for his analytical breakdown of calligraphy and poetry, would he have mastered it in as little as a year? If not for his structural understanding of bow force and its applications, would it naturally progress so far? If not for his analytical mind, would he be half the force crafter he was today? One might say that it was precisely because of his talent that he was able to progress so far and so quickly in things like bow force. But was that true? He didn't have a bow force lineage factor, but he definitely did have a spear force lineage factor. So why was the latter lagging behind the former? The bow just worked better with Lionel's personality and way of viewing things. Certain weapons had their own methods of interacting with the world, some of which Lionel understood, and some he didn't. The bow, the sniper rifle, or throwing weapons were all weapons of skill, patience, and calculation. The spear, however, wasn't necessarily like this. In fact, the spear was probably the most primitive weapon in all of existence. From its inception, it was barbaric and unrestrained. This simply wasn't a weapon that fit well with Lionel's personality. The source of this content is N0V//Elbin. Needus Lionel continued to move in silence, his heart calm and his thoughts flowing like the waters of a gentle stream. He thought back to old man Hutch. Hutch had always wanted Lionel to listen to his weapon, to feel its presence, to let it talk to him. Lionel had always found these things to be worthless. No matter how obstinate the old man was, he couldn't be bothered. He didn't like doing things he couldn't understand. In fact, that stubbornness even led him to not even asking the dictionary about spear force. He didn't want anything to influence his path forward. It wasn't actually quite accurate to say that Lionel didn't like the idea itself. What he didn't like was the lack of logic behind it. If there was logic behind the training method that required him to run around a city naked, Lionel might think about doing it. It wasn't the actual process that was the problem, it was the lack of reason behind it. These are weapons. They didn't have hearts and souls, nor did they have consciousnesses of their own. Talking Abbott, listening to them was asinine. However, this felt different. What Lionel was listening to right now wasn't the weapon, he was listening to its resonance with his life force. How it interacted, how they fused, how they repelled one another. The so-called life of a weapon didn't come from the weapon itself. It always came from the wielder. This was why Lionel could say a word like die, and yet have it wield so much more power than a poetry verse 100 times more complicated. This was the true root of calligraphy and poetry, and for that matter, it was the true root of music and painting as well. Lionel's spear swished through the air. Golden streams of spear force flourished, the delicate sounds of chimes ringing. However, astonishingly enough, if one closed their eyes and internal sight off to Lionel's existence, this delicate music would vanish. The instant one focused on Lionel once more, though, the music would return, its gentle cadence soothing the heart and soul. The melody changed, and it became voluminous and oppressive. Just observing one would feel as though they had been trapped in a maelstrom, every pierce, every sweep, and every chop feeling like another piece of their life had been severed away. But then everything changed once more. Lionel's absolute domain faded. The swishing sounds of sharpening blades fading into the background, and a gorgeous scene was painted by them instead, delicate flecks of golden spear force dancing through the air, adding to the beauty with every stroke. Lionel switched between countless stances. Each and every one painted a new picture and exuded a different kind of aura. Towering mountain made his spear towering and heavy. Streams of rivers made his spear swift and winding. Starry skies made his spear vast and endless, its blade capable of reaching any point with just a single pierce. But even these images began to slowly fade. As time passed, the melodies became quiet, lacking even the whistling of the wind. Soon after it, the vast images created by strokes of golden spear force also vanished, shrinking further and further until there was nothing left but the slightest radiance of a white gold spear. Everything became deathly silent, but Lionel's movements had never stopped and his eyes had never opened. After a certain point, he couldn't even feel the grass beneath his feet or the wind against his body. He felt as though he was gliding through a voice, the only feeling he could experience being the weight of the spear in his hand. He couldn't even feel the special characteristics of the spear in question. It was as though everything had faded, but the embodiment of a spear, not the spear or a particular spear, but just a spear, an amorphous construct without form or presence. And eventually, even the weight of that spear vanished. In the real world, the white gold spear in Lionel's hand seamlessly vanished to be replaced by a jet black rod, radiating a dense black fog. And then Lionel pierced forward. Chapter 1647, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 30 seconds a.m., Chapter 1647. Understanding himself if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel woke up with Aina on his chest. After finishing his training, he didn't hurry to do things with the tentacle womb or other faction-building things, because after a while, he suddenly felt the need to just spend time with Aina. When his spear force perfected its fusion with the final stage of his grandfather's path of the spear, Lionel's mind entered an odd state of relaxation where he suddenly understood that understanding himself was even more important than understanding individual forces. Anastasia's words, when taken to the logical extreme, precisely meant these things. Ultimately, just like with his spear force, the life of his forces didn't come from them, but rather himself. While they all had their own preferences and leanings, they were ultimately in his control. Running was always designed to be faster than running. By the same token, throwing was always designed to move things from your hand into a further distance. The same assignments could be made for walking, swimming, talking. Any one of these activities were things everyone and almost everything did naturally. They all also had the same exact purposes, regardless of who was executing them. However, did any two individuals do them the exact same way? Lionel had come to understand that he should treat force in this way as well. When he used force, he actively did something that was the equivalent of running or walking or swimming or even talking. However, he had always treated it as an external thing, not putting enough time and attention into them, much the same way that anyone could run, walk, swim, or talk, but not everyone could do these things as effectively as another. And the route to reaching prominence in these facets was to first understand oneself. When it came to walking, you learned through trial and error as a child. When it came to running, you did the same thing. For swimming, it was the same once again, and it was even the same for talking. All of these things were forgotten by most as they happened so early on in life, but Lionel could remember those memories clearly. He could remember every failed attempt and reattempt. He could remember how he had to learn to shift his balance to adjust to his own body, not the other way around. Likewise, if he wanted to understand these forces, he would have to learn about himself as he learned about these forces. When he came to that conclusion, Lionel chose to relax. He awoke Aina from her meditation and brought her to leisurely stroll around the segmented cube. Aina was confused at first and didn't quite understand what the point of this was, but she realized it was rare for her to spend this kind of leisurely time with Lionel, at least not without someone or something wanting them to die. As time passed, she completely forgot that she didn't understand what was going on and why Lionel did this, and simply smiled, enjoying her time with him. The relationship between Lionel and Aina had always been one of fiery passion and emotion. They danced between life and death, and even when they weren't, they were completely immersed in their training. There is nothing to see in the segmented cube aside from the beautiful ambience of nature, and yet it was so novel to them to casually view such sights that it was endlessly fascinating. The two talked endlessly, saying and talking about anything for days that quickly turned into over a week. And when they ran out of things to talk about, they simply felt silent. They didn't feel the need to fill the quiet air. The soft sounds of their breathing was enough. This was the closest moment to normal the two had received since the metamorphosis descended. It was hard to fathom, but since that last day of high school, the two of them had never had even a single moment of rest. The source of this content is N0V//Elbin. And it was always battle after battle, war after war, death threat after death threat. Very soon, they would likely have to return to such a life. But at least for now, they felt at peace. Lionel reached down from Aina's waist and pinched her ass, causing her to stir awake. She slapped Lionel's hand away and adjusted herself on his chest before falling asleep again. Lionel laughed to himself. All right, one more day wasn't too bad. Although the two of them hadn't crossed that final step yet, he had definitely made this little vixen pay for her earlier arrogance. Lionel wasn't very disappointed about this fact. Every time he and Aina seemed about to cross that line, it was always due to a state of fiery passion. The first time, it was because Aina didn't want to lose Lionel. The second time, the two of them were made at one another's approach to dealing with danger. And the third, and most recent time, Aina had had a large amount of Lionel's blood in her system. After these days of calm and leisure, while that passion wasn't as fiery, it burned a lot more like an eternal fire, one that would last a lifetime. When that flame did finally boil over, he was sure that it would be worth the wait. After one more day, as promised, Lionel and Aina finally left the segmented cube, crossing over the void battlefield as they made their way toward the void palace. With the speed of the segmented cube, they crossed over large distances without much issue, shuttling through vast amounts of anarchic force as though it wasn't there at all. Half a month later, they made it to large gates once again, facing a vast mountain range that was several planets' widths wide. However, the state of the Void Palace wasn't like what Lionel remembered at all. Matched with its imposingness, a bloody scent hung in the air. In fact, what once were majestic gates that no one had to care about guarding, because the prestige of the Void Palace was impregnable now, had permanently stationed troops. As a result, the arrival of Lionel and Aina didn't go unnoticed. Chapter 1648, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 29 seconds a.m., Chapter 1648. Shocking news: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel stepped out from the segmented cube holding Aina's hand. He allowed it to shrink, becoming a finger band once again as he stared forward. At that time, a large number of auras pressed down, causing him to frown. This place actually couldn't truly be considered the Void Palace. In reality, it was one of the cities that formed the last line of defense on the Void battlefield. Lionel and Aina had been to this city before. It was the very same city they had come to after leaving the Rapak's nest. Right this moment, it was even larger and more imposing than before, even having troops stationed on the outside and along the walls. Lionel couldn't imagine why you would need a vanguard station outside of the city when the defenses were so great to begin with. But since he knew so little about the situation after being gone for so long, he didn't question it too much. Instead, he waited for the small squadron that was approaching to finish their approach. However, by this point, Lionel had already recognized the individual leading this small squad. He was Rowan Cancer, the very same young man who had tried to take advantage of Lionel's injury after he led them all out of the Rapak's nest in order to target Aina for her token. Back then, Aina had ended up killing a large number of Rowan's followers, but Rowan himself had managed to escape. It had been a long time since then, just over a year to Lionel, and likely much longer than that to Rowan. Now, the rookie from back then who had entered along with Lionel was already strong enough to lead a squad here. So in all likelihood, Rowan neared the top tiers of Galaxy-ranked disciples already, or might even be a Sector-ranked disciple by now. It would mostly depend on what sort of talent he was. Rowan, of course, recognized Lionel and Aina as well, although his gaze was just as placid and emotionless as usual. However, that didn't change the fact he had some waves rising and falling in his heart. Lionel and Aina had just come back and clearly didn't understand the usual protocols. And just about a month ago, the spatial phenomena that had the human domain in its grips also came to an end. These two things were highly unlikely to be a coincidence. Although there were others who came very recently as well, given the odds, Lionel was definitely the top 3 most likely to have been the reason they could return. Of course, this was only to the general public. To the elders paying attention to these matters, they had already confirmed it with 100% accuracy. While Rowan was considered to be the most likely to inherit the Cancer family in the future, he didn't have that sort of cash just yet, and as such, he could only make his own guesses. But the fact that this guess of his was so accurate already spoke volumes. The source of this content is N0V//Elbin/net. Please display your disciple badges. Despite recognizing Lionel and Aina, Rowan still asked this. In fact, he also pretended as though the trio of them had no prior history and that he hadn't tried to kill Lionel not just once but twice. Lionel calmly looked toward Rowan and flipped his palm over to reveal his badge. However, to his surprise, rather than just casually looking over it, both his and Aina's badges underwent several layers of inspection before they were finally allowed to take them back. Although his first reaction was to believe that Rowan was purposely making things difficult for him, Lionel didn't act on this, mostly because it made little sense. Delaying them by an extra few minutes for the sake of something so petty made little sense. In addition, these guards seemed to have specially created devices purely for the sake of inspecting his badge, something that made little sense unless there was a good reason. You two can enter the city now. Lionel put his badge away and scanned the squad again. Is there a case of people impersonating Void Palace disciples? Lionel asked. Rowan's eyes flashed before he nodded slowly. Yes, the cloud race has encroached onto our territory in recent decades and has become more brazen. In addition, areas we used to hold firm control over have weakened drastically. Now that Earth has entered the seventh dimension faster than was expected, our enemies have re-upped their efforts and are pressing us. It's also the case that during the spatial phenomena that just ended, the region was incredibly unstable, making it difficult for us to safely maintain a defensive line, but simultaneously very easy for enemies to cross large distances into our territory via teleportation. So this is the situation now. Lionel's brows jumped in surprise, but the squadron which followed Rowan was equally as shocked. Rowan was a man of very few words, and they had never heard him speak so much all at one time like this. But he had done so for this individual. Who was this exactly? The number of people that could recognize Lionel by his face were simply too few in number. He had only spent a short time in the Void Palace and hadn't interacted with enough people to truly build fame. While the event of him clearing dozens of floors in his first attempt at the Void Tower was circulated, that was also more than 2 decades ago, and the amount of things that happened since then were too many. Seeing this now, though, Rowan's squadron seemed to understand that Lionel must have been a prominent figure before the cataclysm. Lionel, though, was shocked by something else entirely. It seemed that in his absence, Earth had become a name even the geniuses of the Void Palace was very familiar with. Not only that, but in just a short 20 or so years, it had actually become a seventh-dimensional world already, and a vicious storm was brewing around this matter. Chapter 1649, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 28 seconds a.m., Chapter 1649. Asks if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel calmed himself and nodded. Is there anywhere I'm supposed to go after this? Lionel asked. Yes. All those who have just returned from the zone must report to the Void Senate. As for the details, they'll inform you about them. Lionel nodded and took Aina's hand again as they entered the city to use a teleportation platform to the core of the Void Palace. As for his thoughts, they were much less calm than the rhythmic cadence of his heart. The Cloud Race. He knew about them as well. They were a race of people adept at mimicry. They could freely change their forms and embody whatever their eyes could see. When Lionel first learned about this race from the Void Library, he was quite confused. After all, Y-Star Order had told him that humans were the weakest of the races because they couldn't focus their attention down one path. Then how, exactly, was the Cloud Race so powerful? Shouldn't they be even weaker than humans following this logic? Well, the truth was the Cloud Race was near the bottom of the barrel along with humans and the Dwarven race, but they were still considered to be stronger than the both. This was because the mimicry of the Cloud Race was all focused on one thing: countering. The Cloud Race were experts in defense and using your weaknesses against you. This style of battle made them exceptionally powerful, and while they couldn't be considered to be at the pinnacle of the most powerful races, they were still well known to be superior to the humans. Ironically, though, it was precisely because of this that the humans fared so well against the Cloud Race. Because humans weren't as homogeneous as the other races, countering them took time and effort, and true human geniuses might be able to defeat Cloud Race geniuses before said genius could get a grasp on their abilities. Still, the fact that the Void Palace had suddenly become so cautious against the Cloud Race must mean that by the time Lionel was gone, they must have made great headway into grasping the secrets of the human domain. If the Cloud Race wanted to wage war against the humans, they didn't need to understand all of them. They just needed to understand the weaknesses of the greatest powerful among them. The Morales family, the Suyard family, the Constellation Alliances, Shield Cross Stars, the Crafting Guilds, the Constellation families. So long as these few powers were grasped, who cared about the weaker humans? They weren't good enough to match up again, even normal Cloud Race members to begin with. The less complex the talent, the easier it was to counter on a whim. It wasn't long before Lionel stood at the base of a mountain, looking up. He knew that the Void Senate was up there, but this was actually the first time he had been to his place. At the bottom, there were people present to escort them up, and they were soon brought to an office. When Lionel and Aina entered, they found a black-haired man sitting across from them behind a desk. He didn't look up even after the door closed, but this aura did seem to grow heavier. Just from a glance, Lionel could see that this man was missing an arm, one of his robe sleeves behind decidedly looser than the other. By the time an entire minute passed, Lionel's eyes had narrowed into slits. While Rowan wouldn't know that he was the reason everyone could return, how could someone who could sit at the top of the Void Senate not understand? And even if they assumed that it was Aina and not him, wasn't Aina right by his side anyway? And yet, this man hadn't said a single word since they entered. Looking back at the man's missing arm, Lionel's furrowed brows loosened and his expression became calm. There was a better than 70% likelihood that this was the man his father took the arm of, and likely also the catalyst for what put the sword and spear factions at each other's throat. Lionel didn't know what was going on with that situation now, or if the two factions had set aside their differences to face a greater threat, but judging by Rosen's reaction, that much was unlikely. Rosen seemed to sense that Lionel's demeanor had entirely relaxed, and he suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing. It truly felt as though a pair of swords were hidden within the depths of his gaze. An invisible aura shot forward, as sharp as a blade, but when it entered an unknown radius of Lionel, it dissipated into the wind, leaving Rosen with narrowed eyes. Lionel didn't even seem to have moved a single inch or down anything. But in reality, neither did he. The procedure is simple, Rosen said emotionlessly. Here are the documents. Write down everything you've experienced in the zone, catalog all of the events by day for all exactly 63 days that were inside. Do not miss a single day. Also, document all treasures that you've received from the zone. The Void Palace will not take any of them, but will inspect them, categorize them, and then return them to you in a timely fashion. This is only for the benefit of knowledge and the progress of humanity into the future. We will not steal from our students. If you've understood, take these documents and leave. Lionel's gaze flashed. As expected, it was highly unlikely that he would be the only one to benefit from the zone. Still, there was one question that left him baffled until this point. He had forgotten about it, because he had met Aina, and she seemed to be just fine. But why was it that his cousin and the others couldn't use force or their ability indexes while he could? Could it be that there were others who were able to use their force like he and Aina, and as such had managed to gain treasures of their own? Lionel reached a hand forward and took the documents for both himself and Aina, ready to leave. There's also one more matter, Rosen said lightly as Lionel was about to depart. For you, especially, the Void Palace would like to thoroughly understand the method you use to break the cardinal rule of zones. Please don't miss out on any details. Lionel remained silent and didn't respond, but his thoughts were already racing. How should he handle this matter, exactly? There is absolutely nothing wrong with either Rosen's words or the Void Palace's asks of him, but his instincts were pulling him in a different sort of direction. Chapter 1650, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 27 seconds a.m., Chapter 1650. Second method. Same problem if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, Lionel sat in a hall of the Void Senate in silence. Aina sat by his side, looking at the documents as well. Though, when she sensed Lionel's odd mood, she looked over as well. Lionel's gaze was a bit unfocused, but his pupils continued to flicker as though he was calculating something. The decision wasn't a simple one. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem with helping the Void Palace, but there were too many potential issues with doing so, especially since there were still signs of traitors in their midst. The only people he could trust aside from himself were Aina and his parents. The ask of the Void Palace was very reasonable. Wanting to document the treasures of that zone made perfect sense, and they would also return it. In addition, Wanting to know how Lionel had escaped also made sense. Who knew how useful such information could be in the future? If they could patent an ability to escape zones, there would be many zones that they didn't dare to easily enter previously that they could finally start exploring with full effort. For example, now that Earth had entered the 7th dimension for the first time, the human domain had to contend with 8th dimensional zones. But the number of characters who wielded such a level of power were far too few, and they were so important to the backbone of the human domain that they couldn't possibly enter to risk their lives so easily. This resulted in a situation where there were many zones with potentially excellent resources inside that no one dared to make use of. But if these zones were allowed to linger for too long, then the territory of Earth would end up swallowed and destroyed. If that happened, what was the worth of everything else? Earth had suddenly become integral to the prosperity of the dimensional verse, and it was very likely that everyone had been waiting precisely for Lionel to return so that they could understand how he did it. Lionel obviously understood all of this, but what would happen when he revealed that this was only possible because of the unique characteristics of the segmented cube? Unless someone could create a treasure of equivalent stature, it would be a fool's dream to attempt an escape from a zone. In order to force the bubbles of the human domain and a zone to connect, and thus expel all outsiders from within the latter, it required the travel of a spatial item between the two. Said spatial item had to have enough structural integrity to survive the journey as well, or else it would all be useless. Essentially, you needed a treasure on a level close to the 9th dimension, or at least at the very cutting edge of the 8th. In this regard, the segmented cube was practically one of a kind. In the past, Lionel had simply assumed that every family in the human domain would have a treasure of this caliber. But the more he learned, the more he came to understand just how ridiculous such a thought was. In fact, he was certain that the existence of the segmented cube had a grand backstory Anastasia would probably refuse to tell him about. And in such a case, where there only existed one solution, just what would happen? He had just learned that the cloud race was making efforts to infiltrate the human domain and impersonate their kind. And he had already deduced that there were likely traitors at the highest echelon of the Void Palace, or else certain things just could not have happened that way. If these individuals suddenly learned that there was only one item in the human domain capable of breaking the rules of the zone, and said item was in the hands of a Morales family member, what kind of situation would that put the Morales family in? However, if Lionel lied about how he had done it, the moment they attempted to use his method and realized that it didn't work, not only would the human domain lose whoever had entered the zone, he would also gain the ire of the human domain, and things would end up terribly regardless. If I had known Earth was already in the 7th dimension, I wouldn't have returned so easily. Lionel closed his eyes and sighed. Lionel suddenly felt a soft hand slip into his, and he smiled lightly without opening his eyes. The source of this content is n0v//Elbin. Nettie had already known that there would be trouble like this when they returned. The only surprise was that it had actually come so quickly. But since he had already chosen Aina over the world, was there even a need to regret it? Lionel's heart shuddered and his thoughts flashed. When his eyes snapped open, they had a blazing light within them, but they quickly dimmed. Even if I've thought of another method to escape zones, it still doesn't change the facts of the matter. Lionel flipped a palm over and whispered, "Valiant seal." A miniature trio of revolving pillars forms. This was another one of Lionel's self-created techniques. He had formed it using the Valiant pillars of Valiant Heart Mountain and Camelot's magic system as a foundation. That treasure was designed to take control of zones. Theoretically, Lionel believed that if the power to control zones was harnessed and then forced into vessels like the segmented cube, then it should be possible to use them like the segmented cube's world to escape zones. If Lionel refined this method over a few weeks, he could easily hand this method over to the Void Palace and solve the potential issue of having the Morales family become everyone's target. But if he did so, this method would fall into the hands of the human domain's enemies as well. The problem is still the same. Lionel thought to himself, squeezing Aina's hand lightly. To think that he would be clever enough to think of such things, only to be faced with the dilemma of whether to share them or not. As Lionel was lost in thought, the clicking of heels echoed through the void Senate's halls. When he looked up, he found a woman with vibrant green hair walking. He didn't think too much of it until, that is, the woman's eyes emitted a coldness upon meeting his gaze. Chapter 1651, published at 20th of February, 2023, 8:17 and 26 seconds a.m., Chapter 1651. Triana, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel met her gaze, his expression calm. Judging by this person's expression, she was definitely one of the Virer family. But considering the fact she was casually strolling through the Void Palace Senate, the number of people she could be was drastically lowered. The odds that this person was precisely the Triana Virer that had been harassing Lionel and Aina with her green thread faction. This woman sure knows how to hold a grudge. It's only been a year for me, but statistically speaking, it's been at least 10 years for her, depending on when she was expelled from the zone. The fact that she still has the mind to look at me so coldly is asinine. Lionel hadn't forgotten the things this woman had done. He hadn't even gone to find her yet, but she seemed to have stumbled into him first. There were simply certain things that Lionel found to be unacceptable. He had already chosen Aina over the world once. Did this woman believe that she would get off scot-free after ordering her men to not only attack his Aina, but to even do something as demeaning as stripping her down and hanging her up for everyone to see? Despite the calmness in Lionel's eyes, there was a hidden oppressive aura within that hung in the air. He didn't care how long he had been gone for. Triana could count herself lucky that this was the Void Senate and not just any place where Lionel could act as he pleased. He looked away, ignoring her. He crushed the valiant seal. He formed in his palm and flipped his hand over. With a rush, a surge of dream force came out of his hand and caused the documents to light up. The so-called documents were just a few pendants. One was used to record their experiences, and the other was used to note down their treasures. Both would be handed in along with the treasures that they received from the zone. Others would probably take a few hours, maybe even longer, to finish. But Lionel was someone who had managed to read the entire history of law of the Void Palace in just a few seconds. Now that he had returned even stronger, noting down what occurred in just a 2-month period, even if it was incredibly detailed, took almost no effort whatsoever. In fact, while he finished, he also noted to Aina what she should disclose and what she shouldn't. His decision had been made. Once he was finished, he stood, having taken no more than a few seconds total to finish everything. The moment he stood, he found Triana just a meter from him, her gaze sparking. Lionel had had many thoughts on how this interaction would go, but what he didn't expect was what actually happened. Without a word, or even an attempt to communicate, Triana's palm suddenly shot forward. What was shocking, though, was the fact that this palm wasn't aimed for Lionel, but rather Aina, who still had her mind within the pendants, marking down everything Lionel had asked of her. The truth was that making up stories that could fool the Void Palace elders was incredibly difficult. They would be able to pick out the deficiencies in your claims far too quickly. Their minds at that level worked no slower than Lionel's own a few paces back. So, when Lionel had told Aina what to write, he went into great detail. After all, he was very familiar with what she had experienced and could adjust it as such. Due to this, Aina hadn't even noticed Triana's appearance at all, because she couldn't split her mind to the same degree Lionel could. Right then, Lionel's calm expression became frighteningly cold. With a single step, he blocked the path to Aina and struck out, the speed of his fist being incredibly swift. Bang! Palm and fist met, sharp winds whistling into the surroundings. Lionel's body glowed with a bronze aura, dispersing Triana's strength and adding an extra boost to his own. Triana took 3 heavy steps backward, her gaze flickering with surprise. Even though physical prowess wasn't her strongest suit, she was still a Tier 6 expert of the 6th dimension. She shouldn't need to use her strongest abilities to deal with the likes of Lionel. especially since she had attacked first. However, what Triana didn't consider was the fact that Lionel could be just as unruly and unreasonable as her. Someone else might ask her why she had attacked, or give her time to recover, but Lionel simply didn't care. He took another strong step forward, the rhythm of his movements causing the ground to vibrate. Bang! A cone of wind followed his punch, colliding with Triana's face without a care for her beauty. The source of this content is n0v//Elbin. Net she flew backward and crashed into the wall of the Void Senate Hall, the commotion spreading far and wide. Lionel walked forward as Triana's vision spun. He picked her up by her neck, and only then did he speak for the first time. "What did you mean by doing this?" His voice was doused in a chilly wind, his hand clawing around her neck with a menacing grip. All at that moment, a surge of aura rushed toward the location, many of whom were completely surprised. No one dared to cause a commotion in the Void Senate. Its dignity simply couldn't be encroached upon. And yet today, it had actually happened. When they converged, they were shocked to find that the person dangling with her feet in the air was actually Triana. Triana was almost too famous in the Void Palace. Despite being from a relatively average family, when the wider Void Palace was taken into account, she managed to form a monopoly over the medicinal factions that only increased after the Cataclysm. Just a year ago, she finally managed to reach the heights many could only dream of, and she entered a party of the Senate with thoughts of returning to her faction in the future and raising it to the status of a party as well. But who would have known that this famous individual would be humiliated like this in the Void Senate? It was then that someone from Triana's party arrived, and this person had a bow strapped to their backs. Chapter 1652, published at 7th of March, 2023, 3:26 and 4 seconds p.m. Chapter 1652. LLL concealed if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel didn't look at anyone else, an ill intent blazing in his eyes as he looked toward Triana. By this point, Triana had recovered, only to realize that her neck was already under the control of a junior. First she felt shocked, then humiliated, before a towering fury erupted forth from her in a torrent. She didn't seem to care that Lionel had control of her neck, as though she would rather die than not dare to struggle. Her force rose like a tempest, a violent pressure blasting against Lionel's body. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of Triana's force rebounding against Lionel's body sounded no different from metal clashing with metal, and he was even forced to slide back a measure. At the same time, the grip he had had on Triana's throat was forced open, causing his eyes to narrow. Lionel had never seen anyone expelling force from their neck like that. Could it be a method that had already existed in the human domain? Or was it something that she had picked up from the zone? Triana released a shrill shriek, her rage forming several green vines of force that lashed out toward Lionel like a whip. By the time they crossed the small distance between the two, they had gone from barely formed to a shimmering emerald. It looked as though flexible gems were lashing out toward him, each of them carrying a lethal intent. Lionel's gaze was frighteningly cold. He didn't have any intention to kill. If he had, how could Triana have escaped from his grip so quickly? If you gained control of an opponent's neck in real combat, the battle was over. But Triana had clearly taken advantage of his state of mind to escape. It only took Lionel an instant to see through this, his intent only growing colder. Just when it seemed that Triana's vines would shred him to pieces, his absolute spear domain suddenly manifested, a golden vortex of sharp blades rotating around him and ripping Triana's attack to shreds. Lionel pressed 2 fingers together and pierced them forward. In that instant, it felt like everything in the world had come to a chilling pause. The silence was deafening. From a large commotion that had caught the attention of most in the building, it felt like they had suddenly entered the vacuum of space. There were no sounds of sharpening blades, no trembling walls and floors. Not even the whistling wind of Lionel slicing the air in two could be heard. Triana's eyes only had time to widen before her chest was pierced through. There wasn't a single drop of blood for several moments as she fell backward, her eyes wide. It was only after she fell to the floor that her body jolted and a pool of blood quickly formed, drenching her green dress in a tide of crimson. "You!" From their shocked state, the first individual rose up, roaring. This man was none other than the very man who had come from Triana's party, a man with a bow strapped to his back. It wasn't at all convenient to use a bow in an enclosed space like this, but the young man was so confident in his abilities and control that he didn't even hesitate to pull out his own. All he could see was red, believing that Lionel had just killed Triana. From the roar to the release of the bowstring, there wasn't even a span of half a second. There was no doubt that the drawing skills of the young man were exceptional, and it only became more clear after his six-dimensional bow force shot a streaking light through the void-scented hallway aimed right for Lionel's head. Lionel frowned, his cold gaze shifting in the direction of the young man. He had already locked eyes on him before his bow even left his back and watched the entire process of loading and firing. The young man might have thought that his speed was fast, but could it be faster than Lionel's senses? The arrow appeared between Lionel's brows in an instant. It almost looked as though it had teleported there from the bow it had just been released from, prepared to take Lionel's life. However, Lionel didn't even move. Clang! The arrow rebounded upward, rapidly spinning through the air as its bow force tried to continue forward without it. But the moment the bow force tried to harm Lionel, it was as though it had vanished into the wind. With the very same two fingers he had used to pierce toward Triana, Lionel drew an arc through the air, snatching the spinning arrow out of its motion with even quicker movements. Then, in one swift motion, his back flexed and he took a small step forward. Bang! The arrow rocketed out from his throw like a ball out of a cannon, moving with so much speed that it didn't even arc through the air. Rather, it drew a line through the hallways, appearing before the young man in an instant. The arrow shot through the raised bow, which was prepared to shoot a second arrow, snapped the bowstring in two, before burying itself into the chest of the young man. The party member coughed out a mouthful of blood in astonishment, still not quite believing what he had just seen. Had his arrow really been so casually dealt with? How was that even possible? Right that moment, the door to Rosen's office opened, and he stepped out with a stern expression, his armless sleeve whipping in the wind beneath his aura. Feeling the presence of a seventh-dimensional expert, no one dared to move even a single inch as Rosen scanned the surroundings. To think that someone would actually dare to make such commotion right outside of his office. Weren't these people a bit too brazen? When Rosen saw not just one, but two students with bloody wounds through their chests, his expression became even colder. His gaze snapped toward Lionel, an ill-concealed distaste flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1653. Published at 7th of March, 2023, 3:26 and 2 seconds p.m. Chapter 1653. Neither if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. This is the Void Senate. The words were unhurried and didn't seem to have any extra emphasis. But the moment that they were spoken, it was as though a heavy mountain had fallen onto the shoulders of the spectators. Among them, there was no doubt that Lionel experienced the greatest pressure there was. You too, 1 year in the Void Mines. As for you, 10. The two Rosen mentioned were without a doubt Triana and the youth with an arrow in his chest. That meant that the last was most definitely Lionel. Lionel's gaze flickered. He knew the rule book of the Void Palace front to back, so he was also well aware that this punishment was actually in line with proper practices. Rosen hadn't taken a single step out of line. Still, wanting him to spend 10 years mining for a conflict started by someone else was impossible. If Rosen thought Lionel would really do that, he had another thing coming. Sensing Lionel's gaze, Rosen met it, seemingly wanting to see if he would dare to refute. In fact, his placid gaze almost seemed to beg for it. In the past, he had been much more brazen, even arrogantly kicking out the stalwart Polarm Party from their position as joint majority. However, Ever since that, even with Lionel's father, he had hidden much of his sharpness, stoking a flame deep within his heart to push onward. In these 20 years, 14 of which he had been back for, he had progressed by leaps and beyond, already surpassing his former rival, Uranus of the stalwart Polearm Party, by a large margin. Still, even with this being the case, he still hadn't revealed that hidden sharpness. Uranus was nothing but a defeated opponent. He didn't deserve his effort. The only man that was in his eyes now was Velasco Morales. Every day, he persevered through training most couldn't imagine just for the faintest chance that he could return the favor for this lost arm of his. In truth, he didn't even put Lionel in his eyes, and why would he? There was a far deeper pride ingrained within him. It had to be remembered that Rosen didn't send the U's to the Raypack's nest to target Lionel in the first place. His only intention was to help Amory get a leg up for his sword domain tribulation. As for the youths that had targeted Lionel, they were exactly that, youths. He simply didn't care to. But if Lionel was going to blatantly spit in the face of the rules of the Void Palace and get in his way, thinking himself to be as great an obstacle as his father, Rosen wouldn't mind showing him the disparity between the two of them. And yet, Lionel only smiled lightly. With a flip of his palm, he brought out his two pendants and directly shattered them. Rosen's pupils constricted. Lionel's movements weren't exactly fast, but it was still impossible for him to react. At the same time, although the pendants didn't look special, they were still incredibly sturdy materials. Breaking them at Lionel's level shouldn't have been such a casual action. In fact, it should have taken quite a bit of strain. What do you mean by this? Rosen asked just as unhurriedly. Lionel blinked, almost as though he was confused by the question. Mean by what? Rosen's gaze narrowed. This Lionel, when it came to pissing people off, there was no doubt that he was no less proficient than that father of his. It was almost a crime that such a charismatic smile could be coming from such a bastard. It seems that you want to test my patience. Lionel thought for a moment before nodding. 10 years is indeed a long time. I guess that even for someone as old as you, it could be considered a while as well. Rosen felt his heart twitch. It had been a long time since he had felt something like this. After losing his arm, nothing seemed capable of phasing him, and the state of his heart was as clear and still as water. But he suddenly felt the need to punch a hole through Lionel's face. Lionel's expression didn't show much of a change, but he was coldly smiling on the inside. What a ridiculous rule. Just because he had injured someone who attacked first, he had to waste 10 years of his life, while they only had to exchange a year? Even if that was indeed what the rule book states, he didn't care. These people like to claim that he only had this level of attainment in the Void Palace because his mother had handed it to him, right? They had even stripped him of his rightfully earned galaxy rank because they couldn't fathom how far he had climbed up the Void Tower. And now they wanted him to mine, or for them, for 10 years? Sure, that was fine. In that case, Lionel wanted to see if they'd be willing to wait 10 years for his method of returning from failed Zone 2. Since they wanted to play a patience game, they could play together. In fact, he would show people what true unfairness looked like. Did he break the rules? Yes, he did. What were you going to do about it? The reality of this was that Lionel could choose to just leave the Void Palace as well. After all, the Void Palace wouldn't detain people against their will, at least not for something so inconsequential. It was more accurate to look at it like Lionel exchanging 10 years for a chance to remain in the Void Palace after his punishment years were through. But if they really chose to follow through with such a punishment, Lionel would just directly leave. And if he was no longer a disciple of a Void Palace, then that would also mean that they didn't have a right to ask him about his treasures, nor did they have a right to ask him for a method of escaping failed zones. When that crossroads was reached, the Void Palace would have quite a decision to make. Deal with Lionel and get the information they wanted, and face his old man's revenge on the back end. Or simply let Lionel go. Neither of these things were what they wanted to do. Chapter 1654, published at 7th of March, 2023, 3:25 and 59 seconds p.m. Chapter 1654. Proven right. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel knew that he would likely be the subject of a plot very soon. In fact, he didn't know if this was a scheme or not, although he felt that the potential that it was just about 10%, likely less. Rosen carried too important a position in the Seward family, and though the Morales and Sewards were always at each other's throats, Lionel didn't believe that they were incompetent enough to have a traitor at such a high ranking, nor did he believe that the Seward family itself was a traitor to the human domain. In all likelihood, this was really just a coincidence. But that didn't mean that the scheme wasn't coming. In order to deal with that inevitable end, Lionel had to position himself properly while also squeezing out as many benefits as he could from the Void Palace in the meantime. Even though this would piss a lot of people off, and there might even be some people on the side of humanity who thought his actions to be too selfish and abhorrent, all he cared about was the end result. For now, they would treat him as public enemy number one, but when the time came that he wiped the Three-Finger Cult from existence, they would come to understand the actions he would take this time around. Rosen slowly nodded to Lionel's words as though he was confirming what he was hearing for himself and ensuring that this was, indeed, reality. This was likely the first time in the history of the Void Palace that a student of the Sixth Dimension dared to act in this way. Although Lionel hadn't said it in so many words, this was no doubt a threat. This singular young man suddenly held what was likely the fate of humanity by the balls, and he had such a sickening smile on his face. Anyone seeing such a scene would have a hard time telling just who was the hero and who was the villain. It felt like the moment Lionel had chosen Aina over humanity, he stopped caring about those details as they simply didn't matter to him. He had already resigned himself to the fact that many people would die due to his decisions, but he still felt that this was the only path forward. In his time in the dimensional verse, he had taken the life of almost 1,000 people. In fact, he knew the exact number 932. This was a number that accounted for the human domain and zones. If he accounted for the number of lives that he had taken via second-hand means, meaning through his commands or his schemes, the number was easily tenfold that. If he chose not to be a hypocrite and accounted for the number of demons and beasts he had killed as well, the number was at least twofold of that. He had come a long way from the teenage boy who almost allowed his life to be taken by a young woman because he couldn't bear the sins on his shoulders any longer. A very long way. The clarity he felt now was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Those few days of quiet harmony he had spent with Aina had taught him a lot, and it made him understand a large measure more about himself, and namely, the weight he had accepted on his shoulders. That day in the Raypack's nest, he had allowed his father to take that burden away from him for a time. But now, it was about time he took that burden back. Standing there, facing a seventh-dimensional expert who wanted nothing more than to take his life, Lionel stood tall and proud, his gaze unwavering and his smile calm. Those watching such a scene suddenly felt like they were watching a standoff of two equals. No, it even faintly felt like Lionel was on a level all to his own. Even in the face of someone more than just a single large dimension ahead of him, he could still maintain such an air. Rosen finished nodding his head, giving Lionel a deep look. "I will relay your words properly." Lionel chuckled. Relay his words? What words had he spoken exactly? At that moment, Aina awoke from her focused state and looked around with a hint of confusion. Seeing the bleeding Triana to Lionel's back and the young man with an arrow in her chest, her lips couldn't help but twitch. She had been lost in her own world for all of a few minutes, and yet this trouble magnet had gone and done it again. "Don't look at me like that. This time it's your fault." Aina rolled her eyes, but didn't bother to refute Lionel's words. After handing her pendants over to Rosen respectfully, Aina allowed Lionel to take her hand, and they both strolled out from the Void Senate. Those watching couldn't help but feel waves rolling in their hearts. For some reason, they felt that there would be a big upheaval in the Void Palace very soon. "I will let this matter go once. All future conflicts must occur outside of Void Senate grounds, including all branches. This is a rule that has been written in stone and cannot be violated. If there is a second time, I will triple the punishment." Rosen left these words behind as he turned and left, his gaze a frightening and chilly cold. Not long after Lionel, Aina, and Rosen left, the members of Triana's party came rushing over. Some spectators remained in this area precisely to see this matter through, as Triana's party was not simple at all. In fact, it was among the so-called silent majority, a group of up-and-coming newly established parties that were beginning their attempt to become the replacement for the stalwart polearm party. In fact, even the stalwart polearm party themselves had been promoted once again and become part of this silent majority. Everyone had said that Lionel's generation was the most talented the human domain had ever seen, and time proved them right. The vast majority of the heads of this silent majority were precisely the very youths that Lionel had entered the Rapak's nest with. And, as though that wasn't enough, one of the executive positions of Triana's party was led by a young man who Lionel was very familiar with. A young man who had even threatened not just Lionel, but the whole Morales family in the past. He was none other than the only other young man to master six-dimensional Bow Force in the fifth dimension alongside Lionel, a genius of the Constellation Bow Alliance, Nazag Terrius. Chapter 1655, published at 7th of March, 2023, 3:25 and 57 seconds p.m. Chapter 1655. Prestige of the Void Elders. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Rosen was a man of his word. After he left the Void Senate, he entered Void Peak to seek an audience. Even for the current Rosen, including all of his improvements, he couldn't casually come to this place without reason. And, even in the case he did have a reason, he still had to be respectful and patient. These individuals, the Void Elders, represented the very pinnacle of the human race. Together, the power they held was enough to be the face of the humans, and it surpassed any individual family. If this wasn't the case, how could they dare to claim to raise the future generation of leaders? The Void Elders were formed of a group of men and women with no affiliations to the large families or organizations. They were existences who, over the course of history, could have built up their own families and powers, but instead chose to forsake this path and become the beacon of humanity instead. As a result of this, the Void Elders had no ties to the major families. There was an obvious reason why this was a good thing. After all, this would ensure that the Void Elders didn't have any special ties to the students and didn't try to steer the Void Palace toward any particular direction. In fact, they were incentivized to ensure that the Void Palace remained power, because only when the Void Palace was powerful would they have the backing they had forsaken after taking up their posts. The sacrifice of the Void Elders didn't end here. These characters weren't allowed to have relationships, and they also weren't allowed to have children. Their entire lives were dedicated to the Void Palace. Any new Void Elder was raised up directly from the Void Palace itself. They made their vows early, and they were monitored and nurtured to replace the previous batch as they grew old and passed on. Such individuals couldn't be affiliated with any power families or organizations before entering the palace, and they were also the only ones who would receive the personal nurturing of the Void Elders. In fact, they couldn't even join factions or parties in their youths, as this could be considered another form of forming relationships and potential biases in the future. Lionel himself had met one such person before. This individual was none other than Cornelius. Knowing all of this, it was no wonder why everyone was so respectful of the Void Elders. This respect was deeper than just their power, but it was also a function of their sacrifice. If these individuals wanted, they could have formed powerful families of their own, adding to the chaos of the human domain. Instead, they chose peace and unity, laying down their pride and becoming just one piece of a greater whole. The prestige of the Void Elders in the hearts of the masses was not small. And it was also due to this that Lionel's father wasn't very well liked, as the only person who didn't give the Void Elders their due respect. But today, it seemed that another of the Morales family line would be smacking the faces of these exceptional characters as well. Before Rosen stood 3 elders. Without fail, all 3 of them looked to be exceptionally frail, as though they might use the last of their life force at any moment. And yet, Rosen didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Such individuals, the fact they seemed so ordinary was precisely what made them so fearsome. Their level of control was on a level all to their own. 2 of these elders were older women, with one of them being a man. Of them, only one of the women didn't use a cane, and all of them wore black robes embroidered in gold. They gazed toward Rosen with murky eyes that carried a hint of anticipation. It was rare for these elders to be so curious and eager about something. It was even rarer for 3 of them to appear for just a mere Rosen's request. Obviously, this was a special occasion to them. How could it not be? The spatial storm phenomena had just come to an end a few months ago, and they had already received a report that Lionel was back. They were all certain that Lionel was the one who allowed all of them to return because his life signature was the absolute last to come back by a small fraction of a second, just after Anus. This meant that he was the true core of everything that had happened. Only a select few individuals knew of this, but they had all been waiting for Lionel to come back a long while now, all for over a month to pass since then. They had been worried that something went wrong, but luckily everything was just fine. Now, they could finally get the answers they were hoping for. Void Elder Vimark, Void Elder Galien, Void Elder Lisbeth. Rosen bowed respectfully. Much like Cornelius, even Void Elders were all called by their first names, their last names having been discarded. Vimark, the only male of them, waved a hand and smiled. No need for such formalities, just pass the pendants to us. We've been truly eager these last few days. It's rare for us older-timers to have something to be excited about. About this, Rosen started slowly and explained the events from start to finish. He didn't embellish anything because he simply didn't have to. All that was necessary was to describe things exactly as they had occurred. As Rosen continued along with his story, the smile on Vimark's expression slowly faded. Although none of the 3 showed any fury or rage, their placid indifference placed a heavy weight on Rosen, who wasn't even the subject of their potential anger. Rosen summarized the events quickly. I did not dare to make a decision personally, so I came here to speak to esteemed Void Elders. The 3 Void Elders fell into silence, not answering immediately. Chapter 1656. Published at 7th of March, 2023, 3:25 and 54 seconds p.m. Chapter 1656. Age hands if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Rosen lowered his head and waited patiently for a reply. He didn't dare to rush these figures who stood at the same, and sometimes even far greater heights than the elders of his own family. This was especially so since elders of the Void Palace tended to live far longer than normal humans for reasons that were unknown to the wider population. This allowed them far more time to accumulate, and their strength couldn't be underestimated. Having heard Rosen's story, the Void Elders understood what had happened. They were even able to deduce some of what had likely started this. But, likewise, they were also able to guess at some of Lionel's thoughts due to him brazenly taking such actions. The conclusion was quite obvious to them, and they felt that Lionel was still a little too tender. It was clear that Lionel didn't truly want to hand over this method, and the matters with Triana and her party had just given him an excuse. It's a bit amusing, Galliena, the only one of them to not use a cane, spoke. It seems that he's learned a bit too much from his father. Compared to the other elders, although she looked just as old, she also seemed to have a perpetual deep frown tattooed onto her brows. The way she clasped her hand behind her back and stood as straight as a spear despite her age spoke volumes. She looked as though she could step onto a field right this moment and become a drill sergeant. The other Void Elders didn't respond to this immediately. It seemed that they were still thinking of ways to deal with this situation properly. They were the Void Palace, not some hell house. They couldn't just capture students and torture information out of them. What would that make them look like? This didn't even consider the facta of if they dared to. The Void Palace could be considered to be a tier above all other human powers, but it would still be foolish of them to target a member of a prominent family, especially when it was a family of madmen like the Morales. Montez had been banished from the Void Palace long ago, but didn't he still come and go as he pleased? And that was doubly so for Velasco, who had even taken the arm of the young man right before them right now. His edge needs to be dulled. Void Elder Lisbeth spoke lightly. Let things take their course then, Vimmark finished. The three spoke as though they could read each other's thoughts. There was a smooth, flowing progression from one to the next, and their words only became more enigmatic as they passed along, as though they were playing some kind of higher dimensional game of telephone. You can go back, child of the Seward family. No need to do anything special, Vimmark said. Rosen's gaze flashed, but by the time he looked up, the three elders had already vanished, leaving a shiver in his heart. Rosen was too intelligent to not understand where this was going. Learned too much from his father, edge needs to be dulled. Let things take their course. Lionel was the very last to return, while most had returned years ago. Although there were a few that had returned within the last year, it could be said that the bulk of individuals had returned over a decade ago. This made sense. After all, the further away one was from Lionel when the phenomena began, the quicker they were to return. Lionel hadn't met anyone else that was of the Void Palace during the demon hunting event, so the likelihood that anyone was close enough to him to only return recently was very small. Whether it was Lionel or Aina, both of them had come from the most talented generation. In the future, there was no doubt that they'd eventually catch up to those lofty figures who had already surpassed their seniors. However, they would still need the same amount of time that these lofty figures had needed as well. But Lionel was unlucky. He had done a great service to the Void Palace by helping everyone to return and allowing the human domain to have a chance at survival. But in doing so, he had caused him to lag behind by as much as 2 decades in comparison to his peers. Among these peers, there were a great number who were still dissatisfied with the result of the Raypax Nest trials and how Lionel had stopped them all from benefiting. There were the Archer factions who were furious about the loss of their White Lion bow. There were the Sword factions who were infuriated by the actions of his father back then. And there were even Lionel's own cousins who wanted nothing more than for him to be suppressed, as the previously postponed Morales Air Wars were quickly approaching. They as Void Elders had no need to stoop to the point of dealing with a child. Very soon, he would find himself stifled to the point that he may very well beg to enter the mines and obediently dig for a decade. By that point, the information they wanted would be neatly arranged for them on a silver platter. When Rosen came to understand their intentions, his heart couldn't help but tremble. The understanding toward even the present situation of the Void Palace that the Void Elders had was beyond expectations. Even sitting here on their thrones, the entirety of the human domain was still in the palm of their aged hands. Rosen exhaled a breath, but it came out uneven and shuddering. He couldn't help but look inwardly and ask himself how many things he had done in the dark that were also so clear to them. He rose to his full height and walked out slowly, throwing these matters to the back of his mind. He had a feeling that in these few months, there would be quite some upheaval in the Void Palace, but it wouldn't have anything to do with him. Chapter 1657, published at 7th of March, 2023, 3:25 and 52 seconds p.m., Chapter 1657. Changes if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, Lionel stepped down from Void Senate Peak with a smile on his face. He didn't really know what actions the Void Palace would take, at least not for certain, but he also didn't care very much. What he was more focused on right this moment was, as he said, squeezing out all the potential the Void Palace had to offer him. What do you want to do? Aina asked. Well, the Void Palace is good for training and for gathering up resources. I have a lot of resources at my fingertips now, but they're mostly in one box. I still need a lot of other things. Right now, we have the demon corpses, we have the dream star gathering beast formation, the focus crystals, and the perfection stone. Of those, the perfection stone and focus crystals are very important for our training, but we only have enough of those for the two of us. I can't build up our faction like that, especially since I have to catch up on a lot of lost time. Beyond that, most of my wealth is in ores. Even most of the wealth my mother left for me is in herb oregon. While it's useful, they're ironically in a state that's too liquid. There were two major problems that those running an organization faced, and both were opposite sides of the same coin. The one that was most obvious was having too little money, but on the other hand, having too much money was also another problem. If you let money sit without doing anything, it was as good as not having it all. The best organization heads were able to maximize the resources they had on hand and would usually spend almost as soon as they received. Only by money constantly exchanging hands in a cycle could an organization maximize growth properly. Of course, Lionel didn't believe he had reached such a state. In fact, I have too little money. But even though his fortune was small, he still hadn't made the best use of it just yet. Still, that's a problem for another time. Right now, since my focus is to squeeze the Void Palace for all it's worth, then the main task isn't to make my funds less liquid, but actually to increase that. At the same time, we also need to maximize our strengths and knowledge. First, I need to return to the Void Library. But in order to do that, you'll need a lot of Void points and Void merits. So the first thing we need to do is do some missions to exchange for an entry token. Ana nodded and smiled. Okay. Last time Lionel entered the Void Library, his mind had already been at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, but he could hardly make use of it. Firstly, he had still been in the 5th dimension, so his mind was shackled by chains that had greatly loosened now. In addition, he had yet to form the star runes that he had now. Lionel believed that his performance would be much better now in comparison to the past. In fact, he was hoping that he could assimilate all the information in the Void Library. By Lionel's calculations, he was actually still far from being able to accomplish this. However, he had a feeling that pushing himself in the Void Library would help him gain more inklings into how to properly manipulate his dream force. If he could find those inklings, then his odds of success would be far greater. If he assimilated the entire Void Library, well, as they say, knowledge was power. Lionel and Ana wasted no time and immediately went to a Senate branch. Just like the past, they were all dotted all across the Void Palace. However, when Lionel and Ana attempted to trade for missions, they were stunned by the result. Sorry, there are no Void Star missions, or any missions for that matter, that meet up to your requirements. Lionel blinked when he heard this, not quite understanding. No Void Star missions? How is that even possible? Seemingly seeing Lionel's confusion, the Senate branch overseer assumed that Lionel and Ana were two recently promoted nominal disciples who were just trying to look at Void Star missions for fun. It would make sense why they were in the dark about these matters if this was the case. Often, it took the most ordinary of nominal disciples decades to climb up from their ranks and reach the main Void Palace. So, even though it had been years since everyone had all returned, they wouldn't quite understand the situation. It could be said that this overseer had a relatively good temperament. If anyone else had made such an assumption, they would have already tried to chase Lionel and Ana away. In recent years, all of the Void Star missions have been cleared by the constellation stars. About a decade or so ago, they all started a competition between themselves, and the result was all of the Void Star missions, and even the Void Death missions, all being cleared. Even the higher-level sector ranked missions weren't safe. The overseer sighed, shaking his head. Most of his generation felt the exact same way. That generation was simply too outstanding, and the geniuses of Earth that followed after them were just as outstanding as well. The Void Star and Void Death missions had withstood the test of time for so long, and yet in just a couple decades, they had all vanished, forcing the Void Palace to not only adjust their difficulty ratings, but to also add special rewards for high-difficulty missions. Unfortunately, due to the change in the rules, Pretty much all high-difficulty missions are monopolized by the constellation stars and their factions and parties. They have a direct line to the Void Senate, so the missions are snatched up before they can even appear here. The Overseer shook his head. Anyway, I'm sorry I can satisfy your curiosity. There's still many normal missions to pick from here. They'll allow anything they aren't interested in to slip through the cracks. The Overseer smiled and began pulling out missions he felt were on Lionel and Ana's level. But before he could continue, Lionel reached out a hand to stop them. They monopolize missions? And what if I want one of those monopolized missions? The Overseer blinked. Well, that would be a bit troublesome, although it's not explicitly stated in the rules. Due to the ambiguousness of the change, claiming missions has become a free-for-all, and there are certain unspoken rules now. There are many more so-called high-difficulty missions now because of Earth and its zones appearing all over the human domain. There are even signs that Earth's world will swallow up almost half of the human domain with its next evolution. There's also a lot of covert activity in the shadows by the Cloud Race and other enemies of humanity to contend with. But despite the sheer number of high-difficulty missions there are, the demand for them is even greater. So now, there are battles to decide who can claim them, but even entering to witness these battles is a very exclusive right, let alone participating in them. Are you interested in viewing these battles for missions? I'd have to advise you against it. The tickets are too expensive, and just buying them in the first place requires a certain degree of prestige. Lionel frowned. To think that there would be so many changes. Important announcement below. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.